Hello, everybody. We should be getting started momentarily. Momentarily. Thank you all for being here with me. I'm going to enjoy being with everybody and talking to you. And yes, I know there is a little bit of a feedback. I apologize for that, but we are going to make the best of that situation as best as we can. So we'll be starting up in just a moment. Bear with me. I'm just getting everything set up, and then we'll get started. Just want to make sure everyone will be able to see everything on the show. So give me a couple seconds here as I'm about to, hey guys, give me a couple seconds here. Just a couple seconds. I just want to make sure that everyone can see that we are live and we are streaming at this moment, and then we'll get started. Where is this? I can't see anything. The joy of being a one-man team on this whole thing. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Come on. I hope everyone's having a good holiday. Days have been going well for you. Just trying to make sure that everybody's able to have some fun. Then we're about 10 seconds away from starting up. But since I don't have music, I need to do this all live with you here. 2 more seconds, thereabouts. All right, and good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here with you. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, and I'm always happy to be here with you on every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Whether I have technical difficulties or not, I show up. Whether it's the holidays or not, we show up. We're here to speak with you, to speak with everyone around the world, and to hear what you have to say about the issues that matter, the issues that are affecting us all. And so that's why we're here, to talk with you folks. And I hope you're going to enjoy this conversation. I hope you're going to really get something from this, whether it's entertainment or whether it's going to be anything else. I look forward to it. Hello, Jen. How are you doing? Glad to see you with me. For everybody, yes, we know Argentina won the World Cup. Okay? And I called it. If you go on my Twitter account, you'll see. Early, before the game even started, I said that Argentina would win by 2. And as it turns out, I happened to call it right. Just got lucky on, well, I don't know if I got lucky. I think that was pretty obvious for a lot of people. I think a lot of us would have thought of that. Matter of fact, let me show you. Here it is. I said it was 5 hours ago. Odds are Argentina beats France by 2. Does anyone disagree? Well, actually, that's what it wound up being. Argentina won by 2. So it was great. So I'm very happy to see everybody here, especially after the World Cup. And I know there's a lot of celebration around the world, except in France. But, you know, we can live with that. So today we're going to be talking about, well, I'm going to start off talking about a few things internationally and then getting into domestic and all around the world. I'm always happy to hear whatever you have to say about the issues that are mattering to you. I think it's important to talk about illegal immigration. I think it's important that we talk about what's going on with the economy, not just in the United States, but let's talk about Africa, let's talk about China and what's happening there, because these are direct results of the Biden foreign policy, or the lack of a foreign policy, to be exact. What's going on with North Korea? Something that we have been following all year long, and nobody in the major news media wants to talk about this. They do not want to have this discussion, even though everyone around the world is talking about this, and they do realize how important it is to exactly what's happening right now. Now, instead, we see a lot of people are trying to talk about Dr. Fauci. They're trying to talk about the World Cup. They want to talk about, what's that movie that's just out now? It's with the Avatar. That's it. They want to talk about that. Yes, I know I have feedback. It's an internal loop. It is, yes, Dal, I know, and I hope it's not too much for everyone. I cannot get rid of it. I don't know where it came from. I reset the entire system, and I've been working on it all week long to get rid of this internal loop, and I don't know where it is. So I hope the reverb is not too much for everyone. I'm trying to make sure, I'm trying to minimize it as much as I can and still allow you to hear me. But it's a little tricky. Let me try and turn down. I can turn down my volume a little bit. That seems to take care of it, but I don't know if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me all right? No, the headphones don't have a mic. This is just the only mic I have. So I don't, and literally, I don't change my setup. My setup on the system has been the same for the last 5 years, if not a little bit longer. So I don't know what's going on with that. So I do realize that, and that happened in the earlier video. Like I said, I've been working all week on it. I didn't do any other videos, but I want to make sure I'm here every Sunday. Whether I'm having difficulties or not, as long as you guys can hear me clearly, I'm going forward. And you can still call into the show at 607-242-9247. I have tested that. I know it can be heard in the system, so that's it. Cell phone mic active to capture. No, it isn't. Cell phone mic is actually plugged into the system. It's not active either. Like I said, my system hasn't changed in 5 years. So where this feedback loop is coming from, I don't know. But that's okay. We're going to keep going forward. We're going to keep going. And I know there's a little bit of an echo, but I've tried to make it as good as I can so that you guys can still hear and not have too much feedback. No problem. It's always good this is the conversation we have. This is how we get to fix things. I wish that we were having that kind of a conversation in Congress. I wish that our leaders were having these kind of conversations of saying, hey, here's the problem. Here's some ideas. Here's some things that could fix it. I wish that our members of Congress would actually reach out to the public like this forum and come on out and say, hey, we have this issue. This is what we're thinking. Do you have any ideas? There are 350 million people in America, 165 million gun owners in America, 180 million people that are able to vote. Don't you think that out of 180 million people, if we ask them, how could we fix the economy? How could we improve global peace and stability? If you just ask the American people, there has to be at least one person out of 180 million people that could come up with a good answer. Because right now we don't have one. That's why we have inflation increasing. And I know Biden wants to tell you that inflation is under control. Yeah, go to the store. You go buy some food. Tell me how much it costs for lettuce. Tell me how much it costs to go out and buy eggs or milk or meat. Tell me that inflation's only 10%, 11% right now. Tell me that your electric bill hasn't doubled. It's up 65% on the year. And he wants to tell you that everything's fine. Same answer that he gave you in January is the answer he's giving you in December. Everything's fine. You just don't understand. I understand what's the bills that I'm paying. I understand the money that's coming out of my pocket. So why won't they ask anyone? Members of Congress are supposed to represent us. They're supposed to come to us and say, here's the problem, and here are some of the solutions we're hearing about. Do you have a solution? Do you have a plan? They're not coming to the public about this. They're not asking us how we can resolve this, because I guarantee you there would be more than enough people who would say, how about we become energy independent? One of the root problems is the fact that we stopped being energy independent, and when we became dependent on oil from other sources, from OPEC, they get to pick the prices. They get to pick how much oil we get. We have to compete against our allies and our friends like Germany, like France, like the United Kingdom, which means that they don't get to have help. They're competing with us, which drives the cost up, and none of us are doing better because of it. And that trickles into the rest of our economy and the other problems that we have. So why won't they speak with us? So I thank you, Dow, for telling me, hey, how do we fix this? And, just like this is a microcosm of what we're seeing, what should be happening in our nation. There's a problem. Let me explain the steps I've taken. You can suggest, here are things that could possibly fix it. Here are some of the things that could be part of that problem. Let's whittle this down. Process of elimination. How do we make it better? That's what we want to do. That's what we should be doing in our nation. And we're not hearing that from our leaders. We just had Sandy Hook, the 10th anniversary of Sandy Hook, which was for those who don't know, 10 years ago, there was a mass shooting, a school shooting in Connecticut. Killed children. It was horrible. Demonic. Absolutely demonic. And there was a YouGov poll, and I did a video on this, it's out earlier today, talking about this. And one of the big things that was being asked in YouGov polls and being asked by the BBC is what happened in the 10 years since? Has it gotten better? Have we fixed the problem? Have we resolved mass shootings? Have we resolved school shootings? And the honest answer is no, nothing changed. Nothing has changed in 10 years, except you have been given the same promise in 10 years, every year, multiple times a year. You've been given the promise that politicians are going to do something, that they're going to help you. And their help has been to restrict your freedom, to take away your rights, to demonize you for exercising your Second Amendment rights. But they didn't stop school shootings. They didn't stop mass shootings. They haven't stopped gun violence. Those things still exist. And they exist at the same levels that they existed at 10 years ago. So they didn't even reduce the problem. They have never reduced the problem, whether it's because of the SAFE Act or magazine bans, gun bans. They've tried red flag laws. They made it illegal to own body armor, passive bulletproof vests, passive self-defense. They made that illegal. How is that supposed to make you safe? And I go into some detail in the video I did earlier today, talking about the gun control issue, talking about the failure of the promises. You were promised everything. You just give up some freedom and you will be safe. And the answer is you aren't. And we can say the same thing in the United Kingdom. We can say that in Germany, Australia, New Zealand. They've given up lots of freedoms, but they haven't gotten anything back for it. You just got the promise. And the news media, very conveniently, doesn't talk about it. They don't want to tell you, hey, the number of mass shootings, absolutely the same. The number of school shootings, by the way, it's a lot of people, according to the YouGov poll, I think it was about 48% of people think that the number of school shootings is increasing. No, it's not. It's about 2 a year. It's been about 2 a year for the last 40 years. There's about 2 school shootings every year. For 40 years, there's been about 2 school shootings a year. 1 or 2 years, it might be a little higher. 1 or 2 years, it might be a little bit lower. But it's about 2 per year. Hasn't changed. The number of mass shootings is about 20 mass shootings per year. That's it. Some years it's a little bit higher, some years it's a little bit lower. About 100 people die per year because of mass shootings. Some years a little, and again, numbers vary a little bit. But the thing is, we have been promised for 50 years that if you just give the government a little bit more power, if you just give up your rights, then you'll be safe. That is exactly what they have told you when they passed the New York SAFE Act. When Kathy Hochul reversed the Supreme Court decision and said we have to have sensitive spaces. When they said that if you have a magazine that holds more than 7 bullets, if you have a firearm that looks scary like in the movies, well, if you just give up those things, you'll be safe. And they passed these laws. Are you safe? No, you're not. And what do we have now? HR 7910 from Jerry Nadler. We have HR 8361 coming from Representative Jayapal, and all they're saying is you can't have a gun, no matter what your age is. We're going to raise the age limit. We're going to ask you to voluntarily give up your rights to own a gun. We're going to come down on gun traffickers, some gun traffickers, except for people like Victor Bout, who we're going to set free so we can get an entertainer. They're going to do all these things. None of it's worked. Not once. I know Agent Black, and for everybody who's coming into the show, I know there's an issue with the volume, with the audio. I know there's reverb. I can't get rid of it. I've been trying to all week. I can't find where the problem is. Let me go back to some of the comments here, because what we're talking about is a very serious question. Dow mentions that last night people want solutions and answers without acknowledging problems. The answers to problems are integral to one another. Yeah, you have to identify the problem to get the answer. And in the case of gun control, as an example, in terms of Sandy Hook, we've been given an answer, which is, okay, don't exercise your Second Amendment rights. You are demonized for exercising your Second Amendment rights. Okay, but that's not answering the problem. The problem is, why do crazy people and criminals decide that the only answer is to kill innocent people? That's the problem. And if we can fix that problem, we get the solution to the whole problem. We fix the whole thing. But we're not dealing with that, which is probably mostly a mental health issue. There are other factors as well. But if we did that, we might be closer to fixing this problem. But telling us that we have to give up our guns because of gun suicides, we have to give up our guns and our ability for self-defense because someone said that might stop a criminal, that's not working. It has never worked. Empirically, it's never worked. We're not dealing with the problem. We have solutions to a problem that doesn't exist, and it's not making you safe. Dow mentions that often the answers are found within the problem itself, otherwise the problem would not be solved. I agree with you, Dow. Jan says, it always about why you should vote for me. Yeah, politicians are always saying, hey, look, I did something. You should vote for me. I did something. So now you're safe. Don't you feel better? See, it's an emotional manipulation. They say they did something so you can feel good, but they never actually go back to what did they actually do. In fact, if any of the gun control methods worked, and this is something I pose to every politician out there, especially all the Democrats and the progressives out there, I pose this to anyone who disagrees with me about gun control, no matter whether you're a libertarian, a conservative, a Republican, an independent. Here's the thing. Show me one gun law that has reduced gun violence in America, whether it's mass shootings, school shootings, gun violence by gangs or individuals, domestic. Point to one law, state, local, or federal. Name one. The only law I know of is that one town in Georgia where everyone is required to conceal carry, actually open carry a firearm. That's it. One town in Georgia where every adult must have a firearm. That's the only law that I know of that has reduced gun violence. I cannot pick another one in the entire United States. Not one red flag law, nothing that's been passed in Illinois, none of the laws in California, none of the laws in New York State have actually worked. So that's the thing. Dow says, it's blatantly obvious that our government has been on the path since Teddy Roosevelt's administration on becoming rulers, not representatives. Well, that's why I call them neo-nobles now, because they act like they are a nobility, like it's the Middle Ages. They get to decide things for us. They're there for their lifetimes. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Charles Rangel. Go through the list. We've got people who've been there for 30, 40, 50 years. Maxine Waters. These people have, it is literally more likely, if you have made it through 2 election cycles, you are more likely to die in elected office than to actually be voted out of office. There is an 88% chance that once you've been elected to Congress and won the first re-election, you will always be re-elected no matter what you do, no matter what happens. That's ridiculous. And that's the problem. That makes them a nobility. That makes them feel invulnerable. It makes them feel unaccountable. And when you have people in elected office, in positions of government, that feel like they are unaccountable, that no one can stop them, that they cannot be held back, well, you know what the answer is going to be every time? Corruption, abuse of power. And nothing, you're going to see laws that may help special interests, but it's definitely not going to help you. And that's a problem. Let me see. Mike Bowie says they are creating 90% of the problems, like critical race theory, the border immigration crisis, inflation, and energy, as they continue to grow big government. And that's one of the big things. H.R. 8361 by Representative Jayapal will grow the government by huge amounts. They're growing the government over and over again, but it's nothing effective. It's not helping you. And I'll get into that a little bit later in the show. Dow says that these failed promises have led us to the dangerous precipice of being slaves and sacrifices to government and corporate cronyism who want to ensconce themselves in positions of power. I agree with you. Little Dipper's with us. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. James Lucid says, hey, maybe the CIA is the problem. James, I would tell you that it's not just the CIA, it's not just the FBI. The problem is entrenched not just in, well, a lot of people have different words for it, the deep state, some people would say, it's the leadership. We have a leadership that is deeply entrenched. They have been there for decades upon decades. We're talking over a quarter of a century, some of them half a century, have been in office with no connection to the average American citizen or the rest of the world. They're living the life of elites. They are living lives that rock stars are jealous of. And when you have people who are elevated to such a high level, so disconnected from the reality that we have, that's when you have, the laws will never connect. Sheila Jackson Lee hates the Second Amendment. Sheila Jackson Lee has been in office for 30 years. She has almost no connection to the average person in America. Sheila Jackson Lee thinks it's a fantastic idea to take Victor Bout, the international arms dealer, a gun runner, and she thinks it's good to release him so that we can get a basketball entertainer, a young woman who plays basketball for a living. And we're going to give up the man responsible for wars all throughout Africa. A man who is responsible for killing Americans and other people from around the world. He has literally enabled wars and death and terrorism. And she thinks it's a good idea to let him free so that we can get an entertainer back home, so that the WNBA has its star player back. Think about that. We have global stability is decreasing. People are less safe around the world. That is a fact. That is a direct consequence. The world is more in danger now than before Brittany Griner was released. Brittany Griner, a criminal, a self-admitted criminal. She broke the law. She knows she broke the law. She was tried and convicted. Whether you think her sentencing was too much is a different question. She broke the law. She admitted she broke the law. She was convicted for that. And we absolved her of her crime by the payoff, by releasing someone who actively increases the net danger in the world. He endangers thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives around the world. And Sheila Jackson Lee thinks that's a fair trade, but she doesn't think that you should be able to have a bulletproof vest or the right for a woman to be able to defend herself against the very same people that Victor Bout will be putting guns in the hands of. Does that make sense to anyone? So, James, it's more than just the CIA. It's more than just the FBI. It's not our intelligence services. It's the leadership that is telling these people, that is directing these people, saying it's a good thing to enslave the public, to take away the power from the public. Little Dipper says, these people who mass kill have a psychopathic problem. We need to separate that mental disorder from others. This is not the same mental disorder cluster B disorders stand alone. And Little Dipper, I agree with you. And if we were to focus on that, we would have a better solution towards mass shootings and school shootings and maybe gun violence overall. But we're not doing that because they want to take away your guns. Every single law of the last 50 years offered by Democrats is gun restrictions, gun limitations. It is gun control. It is literally controlling your right to have a firearm, the Second Amendment. They want control over the Second Amendment. They're not making criminals have a harder time. Criminals don't care. The criminals don't care if you give up your right to stop gun suicides. They don't care. They don't care if you can't buy a gun that looks like a gun that was in a movie. They don't care. These criminals don't care if you say, the school's a gun-free zone. The mall is a gun-free zone. A church is a gun-free zone. The criminals and the crazed people don't care. So you can pass all those laws all you want. That's not stopping a single criminal or a crazy person. You're not stopping them. So why do we keep passing those laws that don't address the problem? And the data, the actual numbers, as I did in the video earlier today, the numbers show us that it isn't working, that they are not stopping them. The numbers have consistently remained about 4% of the population, 4.8% out of every 100,000. That's the rate. It's not huge, but it is consistent. It isn't stopping. And that's my point. Dow says mental health resources access might help, but it largely depends on how it is implemented and regulated, especially if it's involuntarily applied. Involuntary application is rife for abuse. Well, all these laws are rife for abuse, but in each case, here's the thing. If we're not even talking about the subject, how can we fix it? It is absolutely, it's like the red flag laws. They have been used and abused. The SAFE Act has been abused. All of the gun laws have been abused at this point. But we're not talking about them. And we're not talking about the problems inherent. When is the news media actually addressing this? They won't even tell you the honest truth that not one gun law has ever stopped gun crime in America. The percentages have stayed the same. The number of people dying is about the same year after year. Taking out the spike in crime in 2020 and 2021 due to BLM and Antifa protests, those peaceful protests when they burned down Minneapolis. They had 120 days of nonstop rioting in Portland, the Seattle CHOP, the CHAZ, the Autonomous Zone, the Atlanta Autonomous Zone that killed an 8-year-old child. Indianapolis, where they killed a 23-year-old mother, Jessica Dottie Whitaker. They killed her for saying all lives matter. Take out the peak of 2020 and 2021, where we saw an all-time high of gun violence across this nation. Take that away, the numbers have been absolutely consistent for the last 10 years. There has been no change in the amount of violence or the types of gun crimes or the number of mass shootings. It has not changed. Yet they pass law after law after law saying it will change if you just listen to us, if you just obey. Just obey. Because the criminals will obey. Because criminals follow the law. Right? We all know that criminals register their guns, that they are law-abiding citizens. They would never wave their guns around. They would never use them improperly. This is stupid, folks. And to follow this path and to follow these politicians and not question them on this is the problem. The media is supposed to say, these gun laws have not worked. Why are you doing more of the same? Why are we going down this path? Let's see. Hot Chick says that guns are purely about physics. Dow mentions Operation Mockingbird. I would mention Operation Fast and Furious, where the United States, the ATF, is part of the gun trafficking culture. The United States is sending out guns to other parts of the world. This is part of the problem, and then they come back after us. Dow says that American culture has been hijacked from being focused on upstanding, self-responsible, disciplined, accountable individualism and merit and turned into a collectivist, group identitarian socialism masquerading as democratic mob rule for the plebs lorded over by elite, networked, globalist adherents of the neo-nobility. I agree with you there. Asian Black says, I have an appointment with a psych on Wednesday, a psychiatrist on Wednesday. I think because I have said I have a small arsenal legally at home. Everyone has a right to self-defense. You should not. And see, Agent Black, for those who don't know, he's in the UK, 7 hours ahead of us. So it's like 10 o'clock at night for him. So I'm very happy he's with us. But he's in the United Kingdom, and what we see is they have a very different point of view. The rest of the world has a very different view. They think that if you have a firearm, you're dangerous. Meanwhile, their knife crime is exponentially higher than ours. By the way, knife crime is worse than, they keep telling you that if you have a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, well, that's an assault weapon, and that's inherently deadly. Meanwhile, in the United States, every single year, people who die from knife attacks, 4 times as high as the number of people who die from rifles. Rifles are not our problem. Rifles are just something easy to point to because you've seen it in movies and misrepresented by Hollywood, and so they can say, scary, 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 you should be afraid. You have more people who die by hand than get 2 times as many people die because of someone barehanded killing them than do with rifles. Every year for 40 years. That's a fact. So this is the problem. They're trying to tell us we are the problem because we want to defend ourselves. Mike Bowie says, I'm wondering how releasing Victor Bout is supposed to help the Ukraine. Well, I did address that a couple of days ago in a video, I think last week. The thing is that Victor Bout helps them because he's able to funnel guns. Now, I believe that the Biden administration was hoping that they could funnel guns through him to Ukrainians because the American government, American people are getting fed up paying for a war that has nothing to do with us. We've spent $70 billion and God knows how much more we're going to spend next year on a war. We're not in that war. It's not our war. We have nothing to do with this war. This is an economic proxy war. Why are we fighting in the Ukraine economically? Why are we involved in this? It's not our war, especially not worth $70 billion. I mean, that's like what kind of spending we had in Afghanistan. Why are we doing this? So this is a way that he would be able to get the guns and to be able to help the Ukrainians continue to fight. The side effect of that is, though, he's also going to help warlords in Africa continue to fight. He's going to help fund terrorists with Iran to kill Americans around the world. He's going to arm people who want to kill Americans and Israelis and people from the United Kingdom and Europe because that's what he does. That's what he has done, and that's what he will do in the future. So yeah, we may be able to help get more weapons to the Ukrainians, we're also going to endanger our own citizens more than that. So that's the problem. So I hope that answers your question, Mike. I'm trying to catch up to the questions, folks. People, you are just flying with the questions. Little Dipper says, we live in a society that rewards a lack of empathy. I agree with you. That is correct. Dow says we need to promote freedom and inalienable rights. Again, and I agree with that. I see It's Not Knit. Hello. I'm glad to see you're here with us. Sorry for the reverb in the audio today. I'm working on it, but I'm glad that you're joining us. Little Dipper says, we should see what Trudeau did to the hunters. Look what Trudeau's doing to everyone in Canada. He's just stealing their rights, just taking them away by himself. I'm trying to catch up to everybody right now. Oh, look, we've got the bots. The bots are back. Of course. So it seems that we've been talking about something that pissed off someone in YouTube. And so they're trying to, so we had to block them. I find it interesting that in the decades of videos that I have done, in 2022, I have faced more suppression than at any time in the last 10 years on YouTube. We have been suppressed because we have all the key button words. We talk about the recession. We talk about inflation. We've talked about international policy. We talked about gun control. We talked about Biden being a failure in every one of his policies. And these are all keywords that are incredibly suppressed. We've talked about the election and the pandemic, and we have been shut down, 3-4 weeks out of this year. The channel was completely locked down by YouTube. We've been suppressed on various keywords like the Second Civil War, the potential of a second Civil War happening. We've been suppressed on some of that. We've had several videos with candidates eliminated, just deleted from YouTube and Facebook. And now the new thing is, once we start talking about things that are a little bit iffy for the Democrats, for the far left, now they send bots at us. You can look at all the videos. We almost never had bots attaching to us. Now we get the bots all the time. Why do we get them? Because we're actually talking about the truth and ways to fix the problem. That's it. Oh, and here comes Be Grateful. Here, by the way, Be Grateful, just for people to know, 2 weeks ago, Be Grateful said that Joy Reid would ban me, that he would go to ABC and he would ban us. I'm still waiting, Be Grateful. Where is Joy Reid? Where is ABC? Please, if you're going to ban me for talking about solutions to mass shootings, something that is an effective plan, something that can actually help make Americans safe, if you think that's bad to talk about, please get ABC to write on it. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for them. So, but in the show, I wanted to start off with something I think is a little bit interesting. I want to start off with, remember, this is all because Joe Biden, after the election on November 9th, Joe Biden said he is going to do nothing. And all the links will be in the description at the end of the show. You'll be able to see this. And yes, I do need a moderator. Yes, Nit, I do. Nothing is, he's not going to change anything for the next 2 years. He's going to continue to not have a foreign policy. He's going to continue to not have a domestic policy. He's going to continue to not focus on energy independence for the United States. He's not changing anything. And because he's not going to do anything, the result of that, now I want you to hear him say it in his own words.
That Americans are frustrated. In fact, 75% of voters say the country is heading in the wrong direction despite...
75% of Americans said, we are on the wrong track. We need a foreign policy. We need domestic policy. We need a focus. The world needs to see leadership coming out of America. 75% are upset. What does Joe Biden have to say about that?
The results of last night, what in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing.
Think about that. He said nothing. He's going to do nothing. He has just been told that what he is doing is a failure, that the American people who control our government are saying he has failed in everything that he's doing. And his answer is, I'm going to do nothing. You know who heard him say that? North Korea and China heard him say that. As we have been covering all year long, we are at 70, maybe 72 missiles have been fired by North Korea. They are averaging about 3 missiles each month. They have been firing missiles non-stop. And we see that they have fired 2 more missiles. 2 more missiles this weekend. They're attacking Japan. They've already sent missiles at North Korea. They've been threatening South Korea so much that South Korea has said that the tension in the Southeast Asian region is the highest it has been since 1953, when we were actively at war. It was the Korean War, which we are still in a ceasefire with. They haven't been that close to active fighting since 1953. Japan is being attacked on a regular basis. They have rockets that are coming towards their shipping, their cities, endangering the lives of their people all year long. Because Joe Biden doesn't have a foreign policy and he has no plan. Now here's the part that should scare you though. And I know the news media doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want you to think about this. But one of the most important parts of this news that comes from the AP, this is not right-leaning news, the Associated Press, and I quote, on Friday, the Japanese government adopted a national security strategy that would allow it to carry out preemptive strikes and double its military spending to give itself more offensive footing against threats from neighboring China and North Korea. That was a major break from its strictly self-defense only post-war principle. I want you to stop and think about that. I want you to realize what this means, okay? This is coming from the Associated Press. Japan, after World War II, did not rebuild their military because the United States was stationed in Okinawa, and we put Japan under our umbrella, that we would protect Japan, that they would never need a military because America would always be there to protect them. That was part of our Southeast Asia strategy. That's what South Korea has. That's what our treaties are for, to say that they are protected and our military and our might as a nation will protect them. And now, when we see that Japan is saying openly to the world that they're rebuilding their military so that they can have an offensive, that they can first strike North Korea because they're in such danger, that means they have no confidence that the United States is going to protect them. That means that they have no confidence in the leadership of Joe Biden, that America has failed in its promise to Japan after World War II that we would always be there to take care of that island, that they would always be safe as long as they didn't have a military. That's something you have not heard from anyone else, and no one in the news media is telling you this. Even in the Associated Press, I'm showing you their article, and think about it, they buried that. That, I think, is the leading news. So in this article that came out today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's the 10th paragraph separated by a couple of ads. You've got ads and you have 9 paragraphs before they actually tell you the important part, that Japan no longer trusts the United States to defend itself, that the United States has failed in Southeast Asia. And Japan said that North Korea just realizes, South Korea has realized Japan no longer trusts the United States, and they have a base in Okinawa, and we have a base in South Korea as well. But they're both realizing Joe Biden's not doing anything. China isn't backing down. China is giving the missiles to North Korea, and North Korea is just firing them every day, just firing them all over the place. They fired 23 in one day. That's our foreign policy in a nutshell. China doesn't take him seriously. North Korea doesn't care. Our allies are losing their confidence. And that means 3 regional wars. I've said it many times on this program. It's not going to be World War III. It's going to be 3 regional wars. We already have Europe going crazy. Now this is Southeast Asia. And I would not be surprised if we see in the Middle East, Iran going and kicking up a storm because they're not afraid of Joe Biden. They've never been afraid of Joe Biden, and they want to destroy the United States and Israel. They've never backed down from that. For 45 years, they have said nothing but death to Israel, death to America. So we know where Iran stands, and whether it's through the international terrorism that they support, they are the global leader of global terrorism with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So either through them or directly, Iran, they're building up. They're getting ready to go crazy. And we know Iran, they're willing to kill their own people. They kill their protesters. They have no regard for life in the way that the West has regards for life. You can say a lot of things you don't like about America or the United Kingdom or the European Union. We don't kill our protesters. We don't just randomly put them, arrest them, torture them, and then kill them. Well, unless you're the Capitol Police and you have an unconscious woman laying on the ground on January 6th and you're beating her with a baton, which there is video of. The Capitol Police might, but the rest of the nation doesn't. So I think it's very important. And that's why we have been talking about North Korea and China all year long, which is why our channel gets suppressed all year long, because we are dared to say we have no foreign policy and our allies are losing confidence in Joe Biden and the United States. And if they lose confidence in us, Southeast Asia goes crazy and things get very, very bad for the world. Japan is building up an army. They only are doing that because they don't think America will actually step up. They don't think Joe Biden will do anything. They don't trust Democrats or progressives. They have no faith. And if they have no faith, why should anyone else? If we're not going to live up to our treaties with South Korea and Japan, how can Germany, France, Italy, the United Kingdom, how can any of them be sure that Joe Biden's going to do any better? And we already told them we don't even protect our own people. Remember, Joe Biden abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. He abandoned 10,000 Americans in Ukraine. These are facts. This isn't me. There's no guesswork in this. We've seen the data. If you doubt me, anyone who does not believe me, besides the fact that you can call into this program at 607-242-9247 at any time and tell me the evidence that you think I'm wrong. But easiest thing, reach out to any elected official, especially any Democrat at every level of government, and ask them about the people who were abandoned in Ukraine and Afghanistan, and they will run away from the conversation. They will not answer you. They will not address this. Joe Biden stopped talking about the Americans he left in Afghanistan back in January after they changed the number of Americans still abandoned 6 times. In September of 2021, he told you there were 100 Americans left in Afghanistan. 800 came back home. We got 800 back into America, not because of the State Department, but mostly because of private American citizens. Got 800 Americans back. He said there was 100. Today, the State Department says there's 100 Americans still left in Afghanistan. Bad enough. And we know the number is actually closer to 5,000, according to all the data that actually exists out there. And guess what? The Department of Defense, the Biden administration, will not deny that. They won't deny it. Okay, let me get back to some of the comments. Jan, I hope you're having a good day. I know I've missed, and yes, I do need a moderator to keep me up to everything, but let me come back here. So catching up now. So we have someone named Real Man who's saying that there are lies. By the way, Real Man, if you think that anything I am saying in any of the sources that I am speaking about are incorrect, call in 607-242-9247. The phone line is available. I'll be happy to have a conversation with you. I'll be happy to go over whatever you think I have misinformed the public on. I'm more than happy if you can show me how I am wrong, if you can explain where I'm misunderstanding the evidence that is coming from the Associated Press. I'll be happy to have that conversation with you. The quotes that I am quoting from the president, from Joe Biden, I'll be happy to go over that with you. I'll be happy to show you my sources. Let's have that conversation. Little Dipper says North Korea is more active when they are not covered in the news. As soon as the news goes quiet regarding North Korea, the leader does a missile test. Well, is that, Little Dipper, is it more North Korea is waiting for us to be quiet, or is it because China just wants constant tension? Because China wants South Korea and Japan to give up on their treaties with the United States. It helps China. It allows China to go into Taiwan. It demoralizes that entire region. It gives them more power. That's what I think is happening. And they know that if that's why China is giving North Korea, their puppet, more and more missiles. Because everyone's focused on North Korea, China can go and do whatever it wants. And the whole region is going crazy. Dow says that if Japan returns to a martial society, then that's going to be huge. And I think it is. Agent Black says, North Korea isn't a threat anymore. The U.S. took out their nuclear development sites already. They're just saber rattling. They won't be a threat for a few years yet. It's a matter of when they will be a threat. It is a matter of how they will be a threat. And I think their purpose is to occupy everyone's attention and to make people nervous. And China is the hero that will keep North Korea at bay. China will be the hero that stabilizes Southeast Asia. This is part of their tactics. They can go into Taiwan to protect Taiwan from North Korea, and they can put out a reach and make treaties with Japan and South Korea saying that China will protect them because America obviously won't. See, that's the way I think that China is thinking about this. That's the world politics at the moment, I believe. But Agent Black, you may think I'm wrong. Again, let me get back to some more of the comments. Okay, so Real Man seems to be a bot because Real Man says Stacey Abrams 2028. What's that? We're in 2022. You're talking 6 years from now. Who cares? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Stacey Abrams has nothing to do with international policy. Real Man, if you actually can show us how Stacey Abrams has anything to do with international policy, that she even understands international policy, I'd be happy to have that conversation with you. Little Dipper says Japan is preparing for war, and I think they are. Let me catch up here. Let's see. Real Man says we need to send $250 billion to the Ukraine in all caps. Why? Why do we need to send money to the Ukraine? Why do we need to send any money to the Ukraine? It's a legit question. Why do we have to send the money? It's not our war. We gain nothing from it. Whether they win or lose, we gain nothing. And seriously, if Russia wants to go in, they have more than enough troops, they have more than enough weapons. If they really, really want to take over the Ukraine, we can't stop them. Not unless we put troops in there. So what's the problem? Why are we doing it? $250 billion. That's a stupid statement. $250 billion? Really? For a war that has nothing to do with us? That's insane. This is why Real Man is a bot. Notice we got a bunch of the sex bots, and then we got Be Grateful, who's threatened us in the past to try and ban this channel, and now we have Real Man, who's just spouting out bullet points that have nothing to do with the conversation, that have no credibility. It's amazing. But I'm not going to block him. I'm just going to keep going. Let me catch up. Yes, and Agent Black thinks that China is going to be going, China will be going into Taiwan by next Christmas. They're going to be going in there soon. Under this administration, under the Biden-Harris administration, yeah, I think China is more than happy to go into Taiwan because they're destabilizing the entire Southeast Asia. And Biden doesn't know what to do. He has no idea how to react to this. The only thing that could stop China is, well, there's another problem. It's not just that they're dealing with Japan. China is also having to deal with India. And remember, they've been clashing with India. These are some of the biggest clashes we have seen in almost 4 years. That China and India are fighting over their border. And China is getting aggressive with India. That they instituted, and they were the aggressors trying to break through India's border. This is brand new. Again, this is the foreign policy of the Biden administration. This is what he's not changing. China is so not threatened by Joe Biden. They have so little confidence in Kamala Harris. They have so little respect for the United States at this moment that they're pushing actively. They're actually fighting over the Indian border, and they're just trying to take it over. They're just trying to walk in and just take it for their own. India, for its part, is saying, no, you can't do that, and they're fighting back. Luckily, they're fighting with sticks and stones right now, but it's just the point that China suddenly, now, after hearing Joe Biden say he's not changing policy, he's not changing direction, that he has no focus, no plan, no idea of what to do, they're deciding, hey, he's not doing anything about North Korea. He's not doing anything for Taiwan. We might as well just go into India. So they tried to. In India, India's defense minister, Mr. Singh says, who addressed the lawmakers on Parliament on Tuesday, said the encounter started when Chinese troops encroached into Indian territory, unilaterally tried to change the status quo along the disputed border in the Yangtze area. This is China. This is China not being afraid. This is China not being upset. And to quote, this is from the Indian Express, and they said that the incident took place at all is not a good sign, especially as hundreds of Chinese troops were involved in the operation. Minister Singh said that the intention was to change the status quo at the Yangtze, that is, wrest the area away from India. This broadly conforms to the view in Delhi that China is no longer interested in resolving the border issue through talks and is determined to pursue, always at the time and place of China's choosing, its territorial claims along the disputed border through tactics successfully developed in one of the regions and attempted once again in Taiwan. They're telling you, China is not worried about what the United States is going to say. They're not concerned on what pressure the Biden-Harris administration might try to put together. They think that they are ineffective, that they have no power, and that's why they're moving forward. The only thing that might stop China from going directly into Taiwan immediately is that they also decided that this is the perfect time to go after India, because India is not getting any help from America either. All of our allies seem to be stressed and under attack of one form or another whether it's economically or physically, they're under threat all over the world. And the United States, what is Joe Biden doing? He's saying that you don't need to have a gun. That's it. He's saying inflation is temporary. Don't worry about it. Send the money over to Ukraine, increasing inflation, and you don't get to have a gun. That's what Joe Biden's doing right now. What about the rest of the world? Let me go back to some of the comments. Dow says, in the absence of American commitment to involvement in the Asian Pacific, I could see a militarized Japan joining with Taiwan, the Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam to resist Chinese dominance. Yeah, we could have a Pan-Asian organization. This could be really crazy. And Jan, and by the way, I know Jan didn't see this, but she may see it later. Jan, I want you to have a beautiful, wonderful birthday. I hope you're going to have a great day. I already sent you a message privately. I hope you're going to enjoy it. Now, I know some people are saying, well, Mike, how does that matter to someone in America? And I'm trying to catch up to some comments, but how does that help? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Real Man says he's going to send, another bot is sending this to the FBI. Go for it. To every bot, every progressive, every Democrat that doesn't like what I have to say, if you're not willing to talk to me and you're threatening me to send this to the CIA, the FBI, ABC, Joy Reid, go for it. Send it to whomever you want. Please do. You could actually call in and have a conversation with me and tell me why you think I'm wrong. But instead, you're threatening me, saying, oh, I'm going to get in touch with the FBI, the CIA. I don't care. What, you think I don't already have an FBI file? I have a file with the United States military, the NSA. I have a file with the CIA, the FBI. I've had them for years. I was part of the military. I ran for elected office. Of course I have a file. Go ahead. Think I haven't been investigated? I'm not worried about it. Go for it. Yes, I need moderators so I can keep up with all the comments. Let me see. Little Dipper says it's more than that the North Korea wants attention. The news fills the North Korea's leadership and their narcissism there. Well, that's kind of true. It's not knit, says the left always thinks that free speech means freedom to verbally abuse people. Really says a lot. And I agree with you. It's not knit. They always assume the worst. Like, oh, well, you're going to use this for anti-Semitism. You're going to use it. No, I can't address the issues. And you know what? Being honest with people and telling them what's really happening and telling people what you think, that's not so bad. And I can honestly say, for myself at least, I'd rather have to deal with the racist that tells me they're racist and tells me they don't like me because of the color of my skin or because of my religion or whatever their reason is, because then I know what I'm dealing with. It's when they're hiding it behind all these other things. They're part of the virtue signal crowd and they mask the racism that they have and instead put in the other racism, the reverse racism, the critical race theory. That's where I have a problem. But you know what? Let them. They always, all the bots love to say that they're going to shut down. For 10 years, they have been promising that they're going to shut down this channel because of some reason or another, because their feelings are hurt, because they're snowflakes and they're melting. I don't care. I'm never worried about that. I'm trying to catch up. Okay, I'm just going to go and catch up right now. So, this is the important things. Don't be afraid of having this conversation. And again, this is news that's coming from around the world. The sources will be included in the description at the end of the show. But it's not just in Southeast Asia. See, again, China has been taking action for years. They've been at this for a while. China became Africa's largest trading partner and expanded its economic ties throughout all of Africa. What is it? 23 countries in Africa. Africa is a continent, not a nation. We in America, we tend to look at Africa as if it's one country. It is 23 countries with God knows how many different peoples inside those countries. And China has been actively working on all of them for decades because America isn't. And the problem is, this is something we knew back in 2017. This is from the Council on Foreign Relations. This is the foreign affairs under the Obama administration in 2017. China was already taking over Africa. They had already taken leadership in making economic deals for all the resources. You want to have electric vehicles? Guess what? You need lithium. Where's that coming from? Africa. You need heavy metals for all those windmills. Where's that coming from? Africa. You want to have solar panels? Guess what? You need heavy metals. Where are they coming from? Africa. Why is China making all the deals with resources in Africa? All 23 countries in Africa? Because they looked at what the progressives were asking for and they were ahead of us. And the Obama administration was so bad with foreign policy, they never once decided, hey, you know what, maybe if we want this wind and solar, maybe we should talk to the country that controls all the heavy metals we need to make windmills and solar panels. Maybe we should be doing business with them and helping those countries out economically and stabilizing those countries so that we can have a better deal. We didn't do it. China did. And what's that leading up to? Now Biden has decided to go to Africa. Now he's going there and he's trying to fix the problem. Well, Joe Biden, you're about 5 years too late. Now, you can also put some blame at the feet of President Trump on this and saying, well, President Trump didn't do a lot about African relations as well. Well, he was a little busy doing 4 peace deals in the Middle East, something that he was nominated for 2 Nobel Peace Prizes for. So I give him a little bit of slack on that aspect. Plus, he was being attacked every day, Russia collusion, and being impeached back to back. But separate of that, what we have seen is throughout the entire time, and remember, Obama was supposed to be the African godsend. He was going to improve America's outlook. He was going to make things post-racial. He was going to help Africa and all these third world nations. He was going to lift all the boats because he wanted to have equity around the world. He was going to transform America. He didn't tell you what he was transforming it into, but he was going to transform America, and he believed in redistributing the wealth. And since America happens to be one of the wealthiest nations in the world, that means taking it from you and giving it to other people. And the people in Africa, in South America, Central America, the poor nations of the world, they were all saying, hey, that's us. Redistribute it straight out to us. And Obama did a lot of that as he bowed to country after country after country. And who was right there with him? Joe Biden. Vice President Joe Biden was right there bowing along with Barack Obama. He was right there with the weak policies internationally, forgetting about Africa. And now he wants to go there after China has already made all the deals, after China already has a position of power, as China is now trying to make moves on India, and they're positioned to take over Southeast Asia. Gee, Biden's about 5 steps behind. The Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats and progressives, they're about 5 steps behind pretty much every country in the world. And this is long term. Obama had 8 years to fix this or even to address this. He didn't. And now we have Joe Biden going, I'll fix this. I can do this. No, you can't. You're a bit too late. And China's only doing all the things they are doing now is because we have been failing, because we don't have an international policy that they respect or that they fear. Because there is no international policy. Let me look at the comments here again. I know I'm one guy, I'm trying to do it all. And again, at any point, people, you can call in to 607-242-9247 and you can leave your comments. You can speak with me. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm right, if you think I've missed something. I'm more than happy to hear whatever you have to say. If you tell me I'm ugly, you tell me that I'm soulless, you tell me I'm evil, I don't care about that. But if you actually have something to say about this, and we're getting to the domestic US, but I want you to understand, these things are all interrelated. If we see China take over Taiwan, why should Americans care about this? Because that's all of the chips, all of our computer chips. That's going to affect all of this. You want to have smartphones, smart TVs, smart refrigerators. Yeah, that's Taiwan. So that matters. South Korea, Japan, our allies, that matters. Africa, if you are a progressive and you're talking about, well, we have to go green, we got to get rid of oil. You hate big oil. You hate oil as for gasoline. Fantastic. You want to have an electric car. You don't get that without Africa. So this is all about you. This is about the future. It's not happening today. It's happening in the future. We are losing. So this is why you need to pay attention to it. But let me get back to some of the comments. Little Dipper says that China is partaking in colonialism in Africa for over a decade. Yes. And we have England allowing the Commonwealth to fall apart so China can take it over. I don't know that the United Kingdom is so much allowing it to happen at this point. At this point, it's just something that they can't stop. But yes, China is using economic colonialism. They're going in and they're economically taking advantage of the resources in Africa. Because when they have that bottlenecked, you want to have an electric vehicle, you won't be able to. You want to have a computer chip to run your iPhone, not going to happen. You want to have a smart refrigerator, not going to happen. They're thinking ahead. Yeah, and so they're taking it over slowly, but they have been steady, and they've been doing this for decades. And the news media is aware of this. If I have figured this out, and yes, I've been doing political commentary for 17 years, if I can figure it out, and if I can explain it to you, and I can show you the evidence in the news media going backwards in time and showing you not just real time, but where the sources of some of this stuff was, then I have to believe there are people who are getting paid $100,000, $200,000 at the New York Times, at MSNBC, over at CNBC, CNN. These guys get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. I am losing money. I am poor. I'm in poverty. Okay? I'm one guy doing this, and if I can figure this out, I guarantee you there are dozens of people in the news media and in government that absolutely recognize this, and they're not doing anything. They're not telling you. They want you to be in the dark so that you just obey and you don't think about it. And that's terrifying. That's what terrifies me. Little Dipper says Peru is the third largest producer of silver, and silver is needed in every green tech. Look at the silver unrest in Peru right now. Yes, silver is massive. You need silver. Everyone forgets that silver is in like all electronics. But yeah, we see South America. Chile has been rejecting the progressive left. We see a dichotomy that's going on down there where a lot of people are trying to get away from this progressive ideology because it hasn't worked. They saw what happened in Venezuela. In Venezuela, they went socialist. They took one of the richest nations in South America, Venezuela. This is back in around 2010. Rich nation, wealthy, having a comfortable life. They became socialists, took away the public's guns. The government's now killing its own people, starving its own people. They're killing zoo animals so that they can have food. They're eating out of garbage cans. And we see that Venezuela is the leader in measles and mumps and communicable diseases in South America, where there has been an exponential increase in measles and mump cases. We knew that in 2018. That was CDC. The CDC recognized in 2018 that there was an exponential increase in the amount of measles and mumps coming out of Venezuela. Gee, why do you think the rest of South America is saying they don't want to be socialist, or at least the people don't, even though some of the governments do? Okay. Agent Black says that the United Kingdom, England, isn't a state. It's like calling Arizona the U.S. It's the United Kingdom. And you are correct. So, and again, I don't look at the interests of the United Kingdom in Africa as something as the same thing. They're very different. It's Not Nit says China is using the West's money and culture against us to overtake us. Every time we buy Chinese-made goods, we are funding our own demise. Well, kind of, yes. Dow says that African leaders don't respect the West. They would rather work with strong authoritarian governments where they think they have an understanding of motivations and strength through corruption. Well, that's what they're used to. Their leaders are corrupt. And they're also very often authoritarian. Not in every country in Africa, but in many of the countries in Africa. You need strong leaders to impress them because they need to think about it. I have a warlord that is being funded with weapons by Victor Bout now that he's free again, and he's sending him all the new weapons for all these warlords to go and try and do another Darfur, which is a massacre, an entire genocide. So the genocides are starting up, and you have a choice. You can either lay low and hide. You can follow the warlords that are in control of your region, or you can look to the United States to say, hey, we'll do some sanctions. And by the way, we'll send over some food and money that are going straight to the warlord. But they're going to tell you, but you should be independent. And China's going, hey, we can stop that warlord, no problem. We'll come in, we'll just barn stomp them. We will just wipe them out. We're authoritarian, we don't care. Which one do you think they're going to trust a little more? The guy who's sending food and money going straight to the warlord, threatening your life, or China who says, we've got North Korea, they'll send off a dozen missiles in a heartbeat just because we tell them to. Which one do you think is more likely to be believed? Which one do you think is more likely to protect you from a warlord? America just freed the guy who is arming the warlord that is threatening you. Do you think you have a lot more trust and faith and confidence in America? The people who released the guy who's arming the warlord that is threatening you? Is that making us friends? I don't think so. Let me catch up again. Okay, I'm catching up here. It's Not Nit says the West has already begun building facilities to make chips, technology chips. But we have contracts with Taiwan not to actually produce them. Well, there's a lot of, we've been saying, and we hear it all the time, that we're going to make chips in America. Two problems with that. One is that we can't do it as well. Maybe in the future we can. But two, it costs too much. The reason why we rely on Taiwan and other parts of the world to make our computer chips isn't just that we don't have the technology, the manufacturing plants in the United States, because thanks to the Obama administration, we're not in a manufacturing country anymore. We became a service economy. Remember, he transformed America. Part of that transformation was to get rid of all of our factories. And he got rid of a lot of our factories. So part of the problem is we don't have the factories or the technology and expertise to make the chips. But the other part of the problem is the cost. As soon as they open up the chip factories, if they make one in New York State, Micron, or some of the other locations across the United States, if they open up these factories, there's going to be a union. That union is going to increase the price of those chips dramatically. Every chip made in Southeast Asia will always be cheaper and at least the same quality as chips made here in the United States. It's like cars. If you make a car in the United States, why do you think so many cars are made in Mexico and sold in the United States? They make them in Canada, sell them in the United States. Why do you think? And we make a lot of cars in America, no doubt. We also make a lot of cars everywhere else in the world and sell them in America. These are American companies. Why do we do that? Because every single car in America that is made in America costs at least $2,000 more because of the unions. You're paying, that means that if you buy a car for $20,000, you're paying an extra 10% because the unions. Minimum. So that's the other part of the problem. We can't compete. We can make all the chips we want. We can't compete. They're too expensive. And the quality, the difference in quality between Taiwanese made chips and American made chips is not significant enough that you're going to say, oh, well, I'm getting better quality. In fact, at least in the near term, the better quality is in Taiwan, not the United States. We don't have the expertise. We don't have the engineers and the personnel to actually do it. Taiwan does. So we have more costs for an equal, if not inferior product. See, this is the problem. Not enough people want to talk about this. We need to. We need to talk about these things. Because if we're not thinking about this, what does the future hold for us? And this is why places like China are doing so well, because they have been thinking ahead of time. They are planning ahead based on the policies we have announced, and they're taking advantage of it. We want to go completely green in 2030, 2040, 2050. Gee, all these green things that we need all require things that come out of Africa. We telegraphed this under the Obama administration. If Obama was half as smart as he wanted people to think he was, he would have been making deals with Africa all day long because he necessarily wanted to increase the cost of energy. He wanted to transition America to solar and wind. And the only way that we could do that is we had to get the metals and the minerals and the resources from Africa. If he was really serious and if he really wanted to make things better, he would have made those deals. Instead, he let China make the deals for him. He set us up to fail. Okay, so let me continue to move forward here. Because I also want to talk about, so we've talked about Africa, we've talked about North Korea, we're talking about Southeast Asia. Let's kind of go a little bit further south. Let's talk about, and I want to talk about the United States directly, but these are all things that are influencing and affecting different aspects of our lives in America, and therefore the way we interact with the rest of the world. And we're directly talking about how the rest of the world, whether they feel safe or not. And if they don't feel safe, we aren't safe. That's a fact. So let me look at this. Here's another indicator of what may be coming in the future. Did you hear that New Zealand just passed legislation? They have banned cigarettes. They have banned tobacco products. It is absolutely illegal. If you were born after 2008, you cannot buy cigarettes, no matter what your age is, for the rest of your life. The government of New Zealand has decided that for your life, you no longer have the choice or the right or the option to ever buy a tobacco product. It means that, and I'm quoting, this is from the BBC News, the number of people able to buy tobacco will shrink every year, and by 2050, 40-year-olds will be too young to buy cigarettes. Now, they're doing this because they're going to do something. They're going to make you safe. They're going to help you. That's what the politicians are saying. This is about you. They're going to help your health. This is the government controlling your health care. They're controlling what you can eat, what you can drink, what you can consume. They are making choices for your life. This is New Zealand saying you don't have a right to live your life. The government has a right to live your life. The government is making choices about your health care, your diet, your recreation. The government is deciding this for you. Now, I think I mentioned this, I wanted to mention this. This is part of a cycle we see. These ideas New Zealand didn't come up with this idea on their own. The anti-tobacco movement, that started in the United States. That started in California. That's a US progressive idea. That's an idea that we created in the United States, that we wound ourselves up on. We've got 29 states around the country that has decided that 29 states around the country, and almost all of them, California, New York, New Mexico, New Jersey, we've got Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii. We're talking about all the bluer than blue progressive strongholds. They all said, okay, you do not get to smoke out in public. In California, you can't smoke in your own house. Literally, there are towns in California, you can't smoke in your own house. They said you can't smoke at bars, you can't smoke at restaurants. You don't even get the choice to say, well, I'll put up a sign and I will have a smoking allowed business, put up signs in the front so people can see it and say, I don't want to be in a place that has smoking. I'll go to the one that has no smoking, so that the law of economics can rule. No, you don't get a choice. And we then exported that lifestyle choice where the government is choosing your lifestyle, your healthcare, your recreation. The government's making that choice for you. And we pushed that idea out through our colleges. We sent out our students around the world. We sent out our teachers around the world. We sent out our movies and our media around the world saying, nope, you do not get the choice to choose if you smoke or not. The government will choose for you. And it went around the world and went to New Zealand. And now New Zealand, because they don't have a constitution, because they don't have a Declaration of Independence that says that they have to support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because they don't have that, the government has the right to make the choices, so they don't get to have a tobacco product for the rest of their lives. Now, obviously, there will be a black market for this. And these are the same people who took the ideas that came from, again, California on lockdowns around the United States, the whole idea of lockdowns, and they took it to the extreme. And they had lockdowns where they were literally going to people's houses, knocking on the door and saying, you're coming with us. We have a place for you to stay. An internment camp, a rest home, you can call it whatever you want. They were taking them and kicking them out of their houses. And you didn't have a choice to say no, because the government said, we're coming in. Your property is not yours. The government has rights in your property in New Zealand. They don't have a constitution. They don't have a Fourth Amendment. They can go in, and they did, and they took people and they punished them and they took them out of their homes and put them into camps, for lack of a better word, because they can. And here's the scary part about that. These ideas always come back to the United States. They always come back to roost in this amplified form. We sent out no smoking, and it's coming back. And how long before you're going to hear those 29 states say, and we've already heard people say, no, you can't have, we should prohibit tobacco altogether. You don't have that right. You don't have that choice because it's not healthy for you. Just like in New York State, they took the idea from New Zealand of we have to lock people up whether they want to or not, that the government has the right to take you from your home and lock you up. And New York State said that was a great idea. And they tried to pass a bill this year that said, last year, during lockdowns, they tried to pass a bill that said that the government, New York State, could lock people up, that they could take you and put you into health camps because of the pandemic. They got that idea from New Zealand, but New Zealand got the idea initially in California. It comes all the way around, except when it comes back, it's worse. And now we got this with smoking. And the thing I find interesting about this, if anyone smokes marijuana, you may want to pay attention. Remember, even though the 29 states that said you can't, they want to ban smoking. People like Michael Bloomberg wants to control whether you're drinking soda. He wants to control whether you have salt on your table. He wants to control whether you can smoke indoors or outdoors. This is the guy who ran for president. This is the guy who wanted to lead the nation. Democrats believe in this kind of ideology. These are the same people who instilled that thought into New Zealand, where they had a lifelong ban. When this idea comes back to the United States, everybody who's smoking marijuana, remember, they're going to tell you, oh, not only can you not smoke tobacco, you're not going to be able to smoke marijuana. Yes, they legalized it because it's your choice. You have freedom. You can choose, except it's not good for your health. Like CNN said, weed users are nearly 25% more likely to need emergency care and hospitalization. Article from them on June 27th of 2022. Not only that, CNN also said marijuana abuse by young with mood disorders linked to suicide attempts, self-harm, and death. As the study finds, this was their article on January 20th of 2021. So CNN is telling you that if you smoke marijuana, you are 25% more likely to be in an emergency room, to be hurt, to be injured, and they're telling you that it's going to, that it may affect, because if you have any mental issues, like we've seen from the pandemic, then you might commit suicide. And we know suicide is a big deal. That's why they're trying to take away our Second Amendment rights. Suicide is a massive and big deal. So do you think they're going to just take away tobacco? No, they're going to take away the marijuana too. They're going to control your right to have recreation. It comes back. And when it comes back, it's even stronger than when it started with. Why is my puppy screaming? I don't know. I don't know why my puppy's making noise, but I'm going to find out soon. So I think that's important to understand. So that's all the international stuff. Hang on a second. Okay, international's done. Well, no, it's not. That's not quite right. It's almost done. But I wanted to bring these things up so that you can see how all of this is affecting the United States, and not having an international foreign policy, how it's negatively impacting America, both immediately, how it has been affecting us under the Obama administration, how it's affecting us now under the Biden administration, and how we may see it affect us going into the future. These are all important things, and we're seeing this. And I know suicide, Little Dipper mentions suicide in Canada is legal. Yeah, and they have, what, isn't the number one cause of death in Canada euthanasia? That the government is telling people, if you're feeling bad, you're feeling depressed, go kill yourself. That's what Canada said, essentially. So anything that Canada wants to do in that regard really scares me. But I did want to talk about Rishi Sunak. I did want to mention this. Here's one of the other things, and these are all things that no one in the major news media wants to tell you about. No one wants to point out these obvious facts or show you this evidence and say, see how this affects your life, how Southeast Asia is affecting your life, how it's going to affect our economy, how it's affecting your freedom and your choices. Well, how about this? They don't want to tell you that in the United Kingdom, according to the BBC News, you can't look at just the United States. You think the New York Times is covering this? Of course not. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is looking at immigration. And remember, in the United States, immigration, we've got to let everyone in. Open borders. The European Union decided open borders. Anyone can come into your country at any time from anywhere in the world. Of course they can. And the United States said, well, look at Europe, look at the United Kingdom. They're just letting people in. We should have open borders too. Well, nope, that game is over. You see, the Prime Minister, Sunak, who I think is a very moderate and if not liberal individual, I don't think he's a conservative at all, but he's even recognized that the problem with immigration has gotten insane. Open borders has failed. And so what is he going to do? He's going to increase the enforcement. They're going to be having raids on illegal people working illegally in the United Kingdom. He's going to increase that by 50%. Is that enough? Maybe not, but he's going to do it. He's going to go over there and he's going to kick out thousands of Albanians that have illegally entered the United Kingdom. He's going to get rid of these people. He's getting rid of the illegal aliens and people who are causing problems in England. He's going to go and they're going to have 10,000 people are going to get kicked out of the hotels that they have been living in. Gee, someone should tell the practical progressive Eric Adams that the idea that it's not a good idea to spend $60,000 for illegal aliens in New York City to live a better life than American citizens who make $35,000 a year. And Prime Minister Sunak in England finally figured out, hey, you know what? Here's the idea. Let's not do that. Let's not take illegal aliens and put them in the best hotels, the best of the best, the most expensive hotels, spending twice as much on these illegal aliens as our public, as our people actually earn in a year. And in the United States, the average citizen makes about $35,000 a year. And we know that the practical progressive Mayor Eric Adams of New York City has said he's asked the United States government for $1 billion, so that he can spend $60,000 per illegal alien to put them in hotels and to live a better life than the very people he is taxing to be able to get that. People in New York State are being taxed so that an illegal alien can live in a hotel at twice the amount that they make in a year. And in the United Kingdom, they have finally gotten tired of that. And they have finally said that is a waste of money. And 10,000 is not the 100,000 people that they need to deal with. It isn't even the 37,000 people that are in hotels, but it is a start. And you notice the American news media isn't talking about that. The American news media doesn't want you to let you know that someone in Europe who's already gone through open borders, who has already seen the result of just having people walk into your country, illegal aliens flooding your nation, people who've already dealt with that and dealt with that where they welcomed it, they saw the result, and now the answer is, oh, we're shutting that down. We're going to get rid of those people. We're going to cut back on the luxuries, and we're going to get some control. And the American news media doesn't want to tell you that. You didn't hear that from the New York Times. You're not hearing that from NBC, CNN. They're not talking to you about it. They don't want you to know that. I wonder why. I wonder why they don't want you to know that the world is starting to change and say, this doesn't work. It's not in our benefit. It's actually detrimental. It's hurting our nation. It is hurting our people. It's hurting our economy. The world is starting to notice that, but no, they don't want to tell you that here in the United States. Gee, I wonder why. Why isn't that news? Shouldn't we be looking at the United Kingdom, our closest allies, a nation that is almost identical to the United States in terms of its ideology, its politics, its rights for the people? They're the closest aligned to the United States. You would think that we would pay attention to some of the land-breaking, revolutionary changes that are happening in their politics, especially when it's a political ideology that they're changing, that we're trying to adopt. Progressives are trying to convince Americans that we should have open borders, and the United Kingdom is explaining to us very clearly that doesn't work. It's not a good idea, and they're stopping that. Why are we trying to do something that our closest ally is saying they cannot do? They can't do that anymore. Because you're supposed to obey, and you're not supposed to ask questions, and you're not supposed to think. That's why the United States media isn't talking about this. That's why they don't want to tell you about this. You cannot think about this. You can't speak about it. Because when we talk about immigration, well, cat's out the bag. We all, finally, in December 16th of 2022, now, only now can we say that there's a border crisis. CNN has made it official. CNN has said now everyone can agree the U.S. has a border crisis. On Friday, 16th of 2022, the crisis started in February of 2021. We've got 5 million illegal aliens in our nation. We have thousands at our doorstep, literally walking into the country every day that we catch. God knows how many that we're not catching every single day. This is a recent picture. This was this week in El Paso. Do you see the line? Do you see the people in the background? Did you notice these guys looking to hop over or try and figure a way to get over that wall? Do you see them? And you see the line? And they're just walking in. Look at them, just lined on up, walking on through. And we know, and it's gotten to the point where it cannot be denied anymore. I think I had the quote here. Yeah, it's Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, who says that he's going to be running for president in 2024. This is the ultra progressive out of California says the fact is what we've got right now is not working. And it's about to break in a post-Title 42 world unless we take some responsibility and ownership. Only now. We've had this problem since February of 2022. We've had this problem with Kamala Harris in March of 2021. She was appointed as the immigration czar. Did you forget? I didn't. Did you forget that she's supposed to be handling our southern border? Did you forget that Joe Biden has never been to the southern border and Kamala Harris went near the southern border once? This is in their lifetimes. Forget about right now in this administration. Joe Biden has never been to the border. He drove past it one time, just like I drove past Knoxville in Tennessee. But I was never in I've never been in Knoxville. So he drove past the border. But Joe Biden's never been to the border. Kamala Harris went near the border, but she didn't actually go to the border. And we have already seen the problem. Ted Cruz and so many other Republicans have highlighted already that we had an explosion of children that have come, and we filled all of the detention centers, all those cells created by the Obama administration. Yeah, they were filled to the rafters. And you know what? It was okay. Because Joe Biden said, I understand. And the answer to the problem is you can't go down there. The press is not allowed to go and look at the detention centers. That was the Biden administration, Kamala Harris. That was their brilliant idea. We're not going to let the news media see it, so you can't talk about it. And their other brilliant idea, take the kids and ship them across the country in the middle of the night. Let's take the illegal aliens and ship them around the country so no one can see the crowd at the border. And when Texas decided to do the same exact thing that the Biden-Harris administration has done in sending kids and all these illegal aliens to all these different states like New York, Tennessee, across this country, and when Texas dropped off busloads of migrants at Kamala Harris's door, the czar, the one in charge of the open border, oh, well, that's a problem. That's racist. That's just, you can't do that. How dare you do that? Look, we knew this was a problem. We didn't need CNN to tell us this. We didn't need Governor Newsom to tell us that there's a problem, that we're being swamped, that our border is out of control. It's out of control. We have too many illegal aliens entering. We've known this, again, since February of 2021. As soon as Biden got in, they started showing up at the door because they knew the open border was there. And what do we have in El Paso? On December 18th, a Texas mayor has to declare a state of emergency because they are coming across. CNN saying it like, oh my God, look, this is amazing. It's finally happened. We couldn't have imagined that we would have a border crisis. How can you deny it? We've got Texas mayors, El Paso mayors, declaring states of emergency because they can't keep up with this. By the way, if I didn't show you the article, this is it. And this is coming from NPR. December 18th, 5:33 a.m. Yes, I was up early. We know there's a crisis. You can't deny that there's a crisis. We don't need CNN or Gavin Newsom to say, oh my God, I think there might be the start of a problem. We're about to get into. No, we've been in a problem. And Kamala failed in resolving this problem. And they have been failing for over a year because we don't have a domestic policy. Because we don't know what we're doing. Because we're trying to copy what the European Union did, that the European Union is trying to stop doing, that the United Kingdom is trying to stop doing. Maybe Joe Biden should have a conversation with Prime Minister Sunak. Maybe Kamala Harris should actually have a trip. Matter of fact, no, don't send Kamala Harris. Don't send Kamala Harris. She makes everything worse. But maybe we should be talking with Prime Minister Sunak, who's saying, we got to get rid of these illegal aliens and we have to stop wasting money on these illegal aliens. Instead of trying to spend as much money as possible and bankrupt our country, taking care of people that broke our laws. Let me see what everyone else has to say. By the way, as we say often on this program, you don't have to agree with me. If you think I'm wrong, in part or in whole, you can leave a comment on YouTube, Facebook. You can call into the program, 607-242-9247. You can tell me, Mike, I think you got this wrong. I think you misunderstood this. I think you missed this information. Please, I'm happy to hear that. If you think that Kamala Harris has done a good job as the immigration czar since March of 2021, please show me the evidence. I will be happy to have that. She's had one meeting about this in the last year and a half, almost 2 years now. I'm happy to have this conversation with you. And speaking of the devil, someone decided to call in. And hi, this is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to scare anyone off. Please call back. Please call back. Because I'm happy to hear the voices. I don't know who that was who just tried to call, or if it was spam, I don't know. But please call me back. I'm happy to hear your voice. I want to hear what you have to say. I will be happy to listen to you. If you think I am wrong in part or in whole, just tell me. And I'll hear whatever you have to say. It was just good timing because I was saying that and someone called in. So call back. I'm happy to hear you. I didn't hang up. Let me go to see what some of the people are saying here. So, no, wait a minute. Here we go. Hello, can you hear us now?
Hey, Mr. Mike, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing there, John? What's going on?
John Cordisto, my voice a little gravelly. My allergies are kicking my behind. I've been listening to you solving all the country's problems. Well done.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I know. Jeez, it's like, it's like a hamster on a treadmill, man. You go. You turn around, you're still in the same spot. And go, what the heck?
But I'm trying to be honest with it. And the first thing is be honest. And these are honest answers to honest problems. They're not perfect, I don't think, but they're real.
It reminds me of that MASH episode where they were having a press conference for a general. And they started asking him questions about incubators for the hospital and stuff. He goes, wait a minute, this is a press conference. The last thing I want to do is answer a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me. I always fall back because human beings are, what they are, good and bad. I always fall back to the notion that no matter if you're a progressive senator in Washington or you're an elected local city council member, you're always going to do what's in your best interest. Now, having said that, I can't figure out how in the hell this is in their best interest.
Well, which one? I've talked about a few things.
Almost all of it. The trillions we're running up in debt we're sending overseas, these millions of illegal migrants that are crossing the border. I mean, the list goes on and on. I can't see a long-term strategy where they make out. I don't get it.
I don't understand why we would want to do. Here's the thing. If, as an example, in New York State, you have the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. He wants to spend $1 billion on the illegal aliens. It works out to $60,000 per illegal alien. These are people who are coming from countries where their average income is $5,000 a year if they're lucky. Yeah. So you're telling them that they can come to America illegally and live on 12 times as much money as they have ever made in their life, paid for by other Americans, and they don't have to do anything except hit American soil.
Yeah.
Why would they not show? Who wouldn't show up for that?
Yeah, fog up ahead, Mayor. But I don't really believe the long-term strategy is a new generation of voters. I don't buy that entirely, even though it's probably partially true. I hate to be a Debbie Downer conspiracy theorist, but I'm wondering if the people at the higher levels of power, i.e. Washington and some of the state governors, when some of the farther right-wing people say they're trying to dismantle and destroy this country economically, I used to say, well, they're just politicians trying to stay in power. But I'm beginning to wonder now.
Well, I think in part, it's about power, because every one of those illegal aliens making 12 times what they could ever make in their own country, they're beholden to you. People who are living free off of someone else's money, the redistribution, they're beholden to you. So you're not just getting the political power of the vote, you've got everything on them. Everything they do is going to be beholden. They're always going to make sure they don't piss you off so that you cut off their free stuff. But there's also more aspects to it, because then when you have that base of people who are going to support you forever, because if they don't get their free stuff, they don't get to the luxury of their life. It's not just the votes they give you, it's the momentum, say in social media, at public protests, attacking anyone who is disagreeing with you. You've got that wave of public support. That's how you change governments. Literally, that's how you topple governments around the world. And that's what I think part of this is.
It's, you know, I think maybe that these things so short term, but you know, not everybody's in elected office at the higher levels, i.e., senator, or House of Representatives, or governor, is that short-sighted. They're not all that short-sighted. I just don't get the tactic at all.
I don't think they all are. I think the leadership is. The key people. We hear about Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Duckworth. We're talking about Maxine Waters. There's a handful of people.
I mean, whatever happened to that old saying in the notion of Americans that we plant trees whose shade we will never sit under?
No one even knows that quote.
What happened to that?
No one knows that quote. They don't know that quote. You go around.
Well, they know of it. They just dismiss it now.
No, John. I'm being very honest with you. You go around and you ask anyone who's 25 and you give them that quote, they've never heard of it. It's not taught anymore. It's not part of civics. It's not part of the education process. It's not part of modern media.
To the general population, that's true.
To the younger ones, they don't know anything. They don't even understand that concept. The concept that you're going to build something for someone else, that you're going to work and strive and suffer for someone else's benefit, that's nowhere in their language.
You know, it's funny, it made me think of that. Mike and I live in the same town, upstate New York.
Yeah.
And I parked at Chris's Diner, you know where that is. I was going to a retirement party down on the end of Washington Street, almost to Holly.
Right.
And as I'm walking past those old brick buildings, 1898, 1897, you can see them on top. And then I saw some of the newer buildings. And I thought to myself, that's what made me think of that saying that we plant trees whose shade we won't live in. We do things now, we'll say construction. Maybe it's just part of the disease of the sickness of the country. Construction, guys that work construction and build new building, they'll probably outlive the building they're building.
These buildings.
Whereas in 1898, when that building's still sitting there, the people that laid those bricks knew when they did it that this building will outlast them. Maybe it's just the mindset has switched over time.
Well, John, you know this. You've seen my house. You've been in my house. You know, I have a house. It's about 115 years old right now.
That's about mine as well, a little over 100, yeah.
Yeah, and I have a neighbor's house across the street from me that was built in 1950. It's falling apart. I have a house that's across the street from me. It was built in 1970. It's falling apart.
Right.
We can look at, in our city, the city of Binghamton. They have they just built a parking structure, parking lot.
In fact, the party I went to is right next to the parking structure.
Right. So we have a brand new parking structure that was made. It's not 6 months, 7 months old. It's already leaking. It will fall apart in 5 to 10 years. They just built it. And you're talking about buildings that were built in the 1800s that are still standing and are still sound structurally. I have a house that's 115 years old and it's structurally sound, and they have a parking lot which doesn't take a whole lot to build. You don't have to worry about heating and plumbing and lighting like you do in a house or a building, and that's going to fall apart in 5 to 10 years. It's already leaking.
Maybe that's the symptom of the sickness of everything else as well.
Yeah. Because things aren't built to last.
That's such a generalization. It doesn't really help the people listening on particular topics, but I think...
No, but it does. It does. We have a mentality now that we are not building anything for the future. It's for the now. That's our politics, is for the now. They don't look at the consequences. You go and buy, your phone is built to break in 3 years. Your washing machine is built to break in 5 years. Your clothes are built to fall apart in 2 to 3 years. Your sneakers are built to fall apart in 6 months. You spend $500 on those.
I mean, I've been in my house here, and I have a used refrigerator I got from my father when he used to have for his rentals. And I've used the same refrigerator 20 years, and it still works.
Yeah, I've got a furnace that was built in the 1950s, it's still running fine.
Well, I do have to say, though, 2 years ago, my furnace did finally go, and it was from the late 1940s, and it was, gas, forced hot air.
So I made it 60 years.
Yeah, I mean, it finally went, and I said, okay, So they put a new furnace, was like 1/4 the size, which is, it works really well, but I guess it goes back to the same thing. I'm going to worry about tomorrow, and I'm going to take care of myself today, but that short-sightedness has got us in so much trouble.
It is. And that's the problem. There's nothing to last. And if nothing is built to last, if nothing is taking into account what's going to happen tomorrow, and you have politicians whose policies are all built on what will get me through the next election.
That's why I was so attracted to Trump at the beginning, and I still am. Not to bring up,
That's fine.
a lot of people don't like him. What I liked about him was it was somebody that ran for the presidency that didn't really want to be president. The people that are watching now may be a little bit younger. You and I remember all the interviews from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, all those Oprah interviews with Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He hadn't been hot like I really don't want to, but if I feel like I have to, I will. You remember, everybody's seen those Oprah interviews. They're all over the internet. And I can't think of a person that ended up being president that really and truly his whole life didn't want to be.
Well, he did it because...
That was a draw for me. It's like planting a tree whose shade you won't sit under. He had an amazing life.
Yeah.
What the hell would he want to do? He's made himself the #1 hated person in the world. Well, besides Elon Musk now. Elon Musk is coming up, but who would want to put themselves through that on purpose unless they really care about the future of the country you're in? His personality aside, when I would get my car fixed, and the place I bring it to can do a better job for half the money, I don't care if the guy that fixes my car is an a-hole. I really don't care.
Yeah, personality has never been the guiding decision maker of our politicians until
Biden
recently.
Either. Biden's got a crappy personality too, but he's dumber than a post.
Well, there's a problem. He's dumber than a post. I wouldn't care if Biden was just... We have survived stupid presidents. We have survived bad presidents. We've never had a president who is stupid and has no foresight and has no leadership all at the same time.
And everybody says this is his age. You go back to the 70s. He ran for president, 4 or 5 times?
Yeah.
You go back and listen to some of that stuff. I don't mean to be mean, but you and I are incredibly more articulate, and we don't talk for a living per se than Joe Biden as a sitting U.S. senator. It's really scary.
He's had more practice, and he's been doing it for longer. I mean, he's been in politics 50 years. Damn near.
Yeah, and he also has people that he hires to give him talking points to make him sound smarter than he is.
Exactly. Yes, I have those.
But that's what we need. We need people to be governors, mayors, city council members, school board members at the lower levels is where it starts. People that really and truly do not want to be in those positions, but feel like they have to for the future of their community. And you're seeing that a lot now in school boards.
Well, that's why the FBI is coming after them. That's why Merrick Garland.
What's Tip O'Neill is all politics are local.
Yeah, but that's why we have Merrick Garland, the AG, under the Biden administration, someone who agrees with Obama's plan. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wonder if Merrick Garland, somehow, some way, this is his way of getting a pound of flesh out of the Republicans who he thinks they screwed him out of a Supreme Court seat. I wonder if that's part of it.
I would imagine that is somewhat a part of it, but he also is part of the progressive ideology. He believes in it. He believes that having parents involved in the education of their kids is a problem, that they literally are part of the issue because why would they dare not allow progressivism to go on? Why would these kids be denied these things? He truly believes these things. That's what's part of his judicial record. One of the reasons why he wasn't getting nominated, it's not like Republicans have never voted for a conservative, a liberal on the Supreme Court before. They have. But that's people who were actually liberal-minded, like Justice, what's her name? She died. Barrett, not Barrett, before Barrett.
Well, I just think it's part of the major fundamental flaw of all leftists and progressives is that an individual person doesn't count and their opinion doesn't count. That's why the identity politics work so well for them. Everybody's in groups. Unless you walk in step with that group and you're a part of that group, and if you're a black person and you're a conservative or a white supremacist, everybody thinks that's so insane, and it is. But if you look at it from their point of view, everybody that's a certain race or a certain gender or a certain socioeconomic class all thinks the same. It's the old beginning of the Bolshevik communism that puts people in groups.
Yeah.
And then they take those groups and they pit them against each other. And that's how they keep in power. It's the oldest trick there is.
Yeah, you demonize your enemy. We saw that in the 1930s. We saw that in the 1912s in Russia. You demonize your enemy and then you oppress them.
Jordan Peterson, who's really an expert on Soviet-style communism, he's probably read every book ever written on the subject. And he says that what it is, it taps into that something with a person that the envy. You have something I don't have, therefore you must be the bad guy, and let's band together and destroy that person.
Well,
that's why they go after rich people, and that's why, because you have something I don't have, so I'm going to take it from you because I'm envious and I'm jealous, and those are very destructive emotions.
Well, think about it. Everyone wants to say corporations and rich people are bad people. They're evil people. Who wants to be poor? It's that ghetto fabulous mentality. Oh, I'm poor, but I'm ghetto fabulous. Who wants to be rich in the ghetto? You want to actually be middle class. You want to be rich. Everyone wants to be a millionaire. No one's running out there going, hey, I want to live in the slums.
But they don't see the part where you have to give up your life. That like Steve Jobs or hate Steve Jobs, he started out of a garage. Look at the guy that started American Express. He had 3 folding tables and 4 chairs in a back room in an airport, sorting boxes. I mean, a lot of these guys started from nothing. Even John D. Rockefeller came from dirt poor, alcoholic father. I mean, people just don't get that part, what they gave up in their lives to get there. Now, granted, some are lucky. They were exactly the right place at exactly the right time, and that's okay, too.
Right.
But they did what they had to do. They're doing the 8, 10-hour days. They gave up their life for 10 years. They don't see that part.
Because that's not important anymore. Because it's not part of the plan. Because someone's going to take care of it. The kids today, we have taught them that nothing they do matters. They're entitled to get more money. They get out of college and they say, well, I have a degree, so you have to pay me more. And that's the whole, that's the minimum wage movement. That's the living wage movement. When they make bad deals in terms of their education to get a basket weaving or lesbian interpretive dance, and that's their degree, and we wipe out their debt.
Well, they were told from they could even comprehend things at all, go to college. Like my dad, he was the first person in his family to go to college. Now, back then, if you went to college, you did have a better life financially. But today, that's changed. But they've been told from their counselors, their parents, their neighbors, everybody, go to college, go to college, go to college. In the old days, you got a better economic life. Today is you're entitled to a better economic life if you go to college. And there is the twist.
Well, think of the difference in the days past, even in my generation, when you went to college for, I don't know, to become a scientist, an engineer. You went to be You created something. You did something with that degree. Today, they go in for African studies, women's studies. They go for lesbian dance. They go for, these are just a couple of things that they're out there. Where does that apply to anything in life?
Well, I'm
That's
sure
not a
even in the
productive
50s,
job. Go on.
even when my dad was young in the 50s, that there were literature majors and there were, French literature majors and kind of things we consider useless in the real world. But because they went to college, they were seen as smarter than the rest. So when they went in the job market, they didn't get a job doing French literature, but that education they have made them more valuable to the public at large. Well, those days are over.
Yeah, but those people also, in the past, when you had a liberal arts degree, you studied art, which a lot of people who became lawyers, they would go into art, they would go into philosophy, a bunch of other degrees. Let me be clear, a lot of these people didn't walk into the jobs that they went to and said, okay, now you have to pay me more than the people who actually are working before me. They didn't ask for top dollar because they didn't earn it. They started at minimum wage and worked their way up. They still made their way through. People gave them the opportunity, but they they weren't entitled to get better. They worked for it.
Yeah, I'm entitled to the shade under that tree, even though I didn't plant it. It's maybe that's really the underlying cancer that's in society, and hopefully we'll get through it. I mean, I'm still optimistic that the republic will hold, but I'm concerned about two things.
Yeah.
One especially is the debt. I don't think people realize how huge that. You start throwing out words like billions and trillions, and it's you don't comprehend it. It's like when you see the millions that were killed in the Holocaust and World War II. Those large numbers just don't connect with your brain. Well, if somebody down the street, God forbid, killed 6 people, that's or your mind understands that better. So when you start, I owe $8,000 on my credit card bill. People understand that, but the federal government owns trillions. They just don't grasp it.
I understand they don't grasp it, but that's why, and this is why you can't do 30-second sound bites on TV. You can't have this covered by CNN in a minute and a half. You need to go through it, which is why this channel exists. It's why your channel exists. We take the time to say, and here's all the data. Here's the things. When I say 5 million people are entered our nation, when we say that there's 9,000 people a day trying to enter that we're catching entering the United States, people can't conceive of that.
They can't wrap their heads around it.
I'm from New York City. I grew up and was raised in New York City. First 18 years of my life, at least, actually longer. Okay, so I'm used to walking down New York City, downtown Manhattan, with 200 people crossing the street at the same time. 100 coming one direction, 100 going in the other direction. And that's absolutely normal to me. We have 100 people in one subway car, and there's 10 of them in every train in the subway. And they come every 15 minutes during rush hour.
Yep.
This is what I'm used to. I still can't conceive of 9,000 people at a time, a day, entering a town. If I can't understand,
that'd be 90 subway cars with 100 people each going every day.
It's just mind-boggling that many people. And now try and think of Middle America. Think of our town. Anyone in upstate New York, middle of America, everywhere except even in the major cities. You're talking about in Binghamton,
now,
a city of 40,000 people. That's about 1/4 our city a day.
A day. And a lot of these towns along the border are small.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're surviving in their infrastructure, because when all these people show up at their hospitals, by law they have to treat them.
They're not.
That money alone is astronomical.
John, they're not. The El Paso mayor, Oscar Lesser, issued a state of emergency declaration today. They aren't surviving this. It is overwhelming them. It took 50 people to overwhelm Martha's Vineyard. 17,000 people on top of the 800,000 illegal aliens in New York City overwhelmed New York City.
Well, the ironic part about that is the 50 people that are in Martha's Vineyard, which I've been before, and El Paso, got more press coverage than the millions crossing the border.
Yes, they did. Because that affected the left. Because it's about someone else's problem. That's their entitlement. It's your problem, not their problem.
There was a meme going around where it shows a movie from, I think it was Louis the 16th or whatever in France, and it shows them on the balcony, and the meme reads, give them, it was the illegals crossing into, going to Martha's Vineyard, and he put, give them some dried beans and call the National Guard immediately.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what people don't comprehend is the fact that these progressive Democrats have always been the racists. And look at, I mean, I know some people right now, or I work in my new job part-time. I'm not going to say where it is, but they're as ultra-left as they can. And they look down on people so horribly.
Well, look at what Biden said in his Reichstag speech at Philadelphia. He said, if you disagree, if you don't obey, if you question, you're the enemy. You're a problem. You're a domestic terrorist. Of course, they're looking at people and saying, you don't agree, you're a problem. And they want us to think that we're alone. We're not. 75% of the nation on November 9th told Democrats and Joe Biden that the nation is on the wrong path, that we don't have a national...
But the ironic twist is a lot of those same morons in a different poll will say they vote for Biden if he ran again.
I know they do. But the fact is...
Those two, they don't seem to jive. But that is, by definition, the definition of doublespeak. You hold two contrary opinions on the same topic in your head and believe both sides equally.
Yes, that's a problem, but it's also fortifying the elections, which is yet another problem.
We're going the wrong direction, but I'm going to vote for you anyway, even though you're driving in the wrong direction. I can't wrap my head around it.
Well, it's because they're telling us that anyone else is the devil. That everyone else is wrong. In fact, this is going to bring us into Trump a little bit, because tomorrow he's going to be convicted. They're going to put charges on him, which we knew was coming. This is January 6th. We knew from day one that they were going to put charges on him.
This piece of garbage, yeah, I remember him.
And this is Ted Lieu.
No,
Go ahead.
I can't say what I want to say about him on the air.
I understand. But, and I'm going to go into it. People like Ted Lieu have told us for years, oh, you're wrong. You just don't understand. You're making this up. You guys are the bad guys. You're making it up. You're trying to scare people. And now we have the evidence that everything that we said is true.
I've been in a fire before. I almost got burned up in a fire, so I know what it's like. So my house is on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Two firemen show up. One has a fire hose with tons of water coming out of it, and the other one has a little kitchen fire extinguisher.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy that holds the fire hose is supposedly evil. So which one am I going to pick to help put my house out? The guy with the fire extinguisher in his hand? And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yes, but...
I mean, they could put out the fire with a fire hose, but the guys, we don't like him, he's evil, he's a bad guy. Well, let the damn thing burn.
That's what they have convinced us of. That you have to let it burn.
I always try to put myself in somebody's, especially politically, that's maybe going the polar opposite against what I believe, and try to put myself in their mind. I simply can't do it, and I'm pretty good at
it. I can tell you, I can't. As much as I read the left-leaning news, I look at things from their position. I actually scour. You see that 90% of the things that I quote and the sources that I provide are all left-leaning, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding these things properly when I'm talking to everybody about them. And It's amazing how much they double speak. And it's like Sheila, when I showed her earlier in the show, Sheila Jackson Lee, who hates the Second Amendment, who doesn't believe in gun trafficking. She, like Jerry Nadler, are totally against it. Yet they're more than happy to free a gun trafficker, the worst one in the world, because it suits their purposes.
Here's the other point of doublespeak. And I've seen a lot of videos from a lot of psychologists and a lot of people that are in the field of mental illness that know way more than I do and way smarter. When you have doublespeak thinking like that, it actually hurts your mental health.
Yes.
Over time, it hurts your mental health. And I'm beginning to believe it.
Well, it can't help but not mess up with your mind, because you can't look at the politics that comes out of the left. Because they have equity, which is a priority. They want equality. They're like, oh, we have to be. It's not equal. It's not fair. Fair is a statement of equality. It's not fair to me. So we have to instill equity, which is not fair by definition. It is a priority, usually determined by politics, of raising up one group at the detriment of all others. It is a bias. It is a prejudice. By definition, that is equity. And they are supporting equity because they are upset about equality. And they somehow are trying to make them mesh. And that's why they always get confused when you try and clarify the two, because they've tried to make them equal. They've tried to change the definitions. It doesn't work.
Oh, that's right out of 1984, changing definitions.
Well, look, we've changed the definition of a woman. We've changed the definition of a recession. We've changed lots of definitions. And we're changing it constantly. Go ahead.
That's the bad side of the coin of the internet. Now, you and I were younger. We had a full, probably Webster's or maybe another dictionary in our house. Real physical book.
Oh, yeah.
But today, when you go to look something up, all you have to do, you go on Webster's and then the other major dictionaries, all you have to do is take 2 minutes for somebody to go in and type a new definition. And now that word has a new definition in 10 seconds.
Oh, you mean like...
That's scary as hell.
You mean like when someone went in and changed the definition of vaccine right after Dr. Fauci was making statements?
Yep.
Like, he made his press conference and literally 30 minutes later, the definition of vaccine was changed.
Yeah, you're 13 years old. You're still trying to learn. You're using the internet to look up stuff. And you punch in the Google search dictionary definition of vaccine, and all of a sudden, it's the new one. Well, you're a young person. You believe, okay, that's the definition, without really knowing. That's 1984 stuff. That is scary.
You know, when I remember it was third grade. I had a teacher, Miss Schusterman at the time. Miss Schusterman was a tough teacher for third grade. She was known for being really tough. She had a dictionary, unabridged, that was about this big. It had the top 7.
Huge, yeah, they were huge, yeah.
And she had like the top 7 definitions. Every word had 7 definitions, all the definitions and where the root of the word came from. And it was all in there. It was a huge, and her punishment, if you were acting up in class, and I acted up a lot, she would go and pick a letter. And she would just pick a letter, and you would have to write down every single word. And depending on how bad you were, you would have to write all the words in the class. You go through and write down all the words and all the definitions up to, say, you're acting up a little bit, maybe the first 2 definitions of every single word, or the first 3, or in my case, the first 5 definitions of every word in that letter in that dictionary. That's why I know what a Jacob's coat is. Do you know what a Jacob's coat is?
I'm sorry, what coat?
A Jacob's coat.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, so I didn't catch it all. But go ahead, tell us.
A Jacob's coat.
Oh, Jacob's coat. I've heard of it.
Yeah. A Jacob's coat is actually one word. It's not 2 words. It's actually defined as one word. Right. And it is a coat of many colors Normally,
Okay, yeah, okay, yep, I remember.
normally made out of sheepskin and tanned. It comes from the Bible, talking about the coat of many colors. So that's actually a word in the English language.
Yeah, it was a Broadway play for a long time, if I remember.
Yes, and that's where a lot of people may have heard about the rainbow coat. It's
Right.
actually called the Jacob's coat. It goes back, it's biblical, it goes back to the Aramaic. It is a very old word, and it is literally one word. But I wouldn't know that if I had never read that dictionary
Oh, okay, right.
because she punished me. And how many other words do I know and why I can speak as well as I do? It's because in third grade, I had a teacher that made me read, made me learn, and she made me learn from not the new modern definition,
Well,
but the
that's
true
what
root.
punishment for young people is all about. It's to make you learn something. Maybe learn why you misbehaved or whatever. In this case, you learned something you didn't know from the dictionary, but there was always a plus side to punishment.
Yeah, that's the way
Now,
it's supposed to be.
today, you make a kid do that, and you're going to get the school board on you.
Well, that's the problem. We need to do that more. You know what? The kid.
That's why I think Turning Point USA and a lot of these people, Charlie Kirk, that are going to the younger people now, they're doing yeoman's work, man. They are changing tens of thousands of young people's minds on maybe not so much go to conservative, but certainly get off the progressive Democrat plantation.
Yeah, well, we need more of that. But let me ask you
Yeah,
this.
he's setting up things. He's setting up political structures and ideas who will not bear fruit in his lifetime, very much like planting the tree whose shade you will never sit under. It's really the same.
I think it is. But let me change gears for a second because we're going to be
Sure.
talking about Trump on January 6th in a little bit because that's going to be the news for tomorrow. Because everything I've talked about so far today, what's happening in China, what's happening in India, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in North Korea, Japan with its new military, that's not in the news. What is going to be in the news is going to be January 6th, and President Trump is going to be charged with crimes for insurrection. Let me ask you first,
Right. Okay, go on.
are you surprised, and do you think it has any legs?
No, it's just their last gasp, their last day of trying to pull down what they can. It's like the spouse in the divorce. You're going to burn down the house rather than let somebody else have it. And what I always talk about, it's funny when I get into arguments with, I'll call them progressives. I mean, call them leftists and progressives are kind of the same. I'll say, how many people were charged with insurrection? Well, they all did it. They just couldn't prove it. I go, well, if you go look under Old English law and our law, if you don't have the evidence to prove it, that means they're innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not innocent. We just can't prove it. I'm like, can you even grasp what you're saying? Now, I always bring up, what about the insurrection on 5/29? Well, what's that? I said, we're over 100 Secret Service agents were injured, where they burned down a guardhouse, where they burned down a almost 300-year-old church, where they put the president in a bunker. They go, when did that happen? And I'm like, seriously?
Now, they don't think, they're not supposed to think. Remember, it's obey. It's obey. Don't ask questions. Don't think about the consequences. Just obey.
Yeah, and the ones that do laugh about it say, well, they had to put Trump in a bunker. Isn't that funny? Mr. Tough Guy. And I'm thinking to myself, think about what you're saying. If that's not insurrection, I don't know what is. But the thing of it is, though, not one person has been charged with insurrection. Even a zealot.
No, that's not true. One person was.
No.
Oh, no, actually, he got sedition.
Of the January 6th?
Yeah, he got sedition. Sorry, wrong term. Mm-hmm.
I don't think they've been legally charged with insurrection. A ton of other stuff that doesn't count, but I don't think not one of them has been charged with actual insurrection.
Not insurrection, it was sedition.
Right. So that's usually my talking point, because that can't. It's not just a talking point; it's actual statement of fact that can't be talked away.
Yeah.
Even the DOJ, who's so zealot on making these people ruin their lives, even knew that charging them with insurrection is a losing battle. So they didn't do it. Even they knew that.
Well, the prosecutors actively, and I covered this in 2020 and 2021, the prosecutors actively denied and rejected any charging anyone with insurrection or treason. They actually rejected it.
Doesn't fill a definition no matter how you stretch it.
Yeah, because you can't prove it.
No, because you can't prove it because it's not what it was.
But
I mean, you can railroad somebody, I guess, an individual in court to make him guilty of something they didn't do. That happens on occasion, but this is one of those cases where it's such a huge stretch between trespassing, destruction of property. There was some violence against some police officers. I mean, it was too bad. And the only person that died was a person that climbed through the window. Actually, I don't want to hear about those other people died. It's absolute nonsense. Then when they put that cop that had a stroke 2 or 3 days later, they put him on display in the rotunda.
Yeah.
Where presidents go and heads of state go when they die. I was absolutely so PO'd I couldn't even talk.
Well, let me clarify that, yes, more than just Ashley Babbitt died. There was another woman in particular who, on video, was beaten unconscious on the ground by Capitol Police and was being beaten by a Capitol Police officer with a baton while she was unconscious on the ground, and she died later that day. It was initially reported as a drug overdose, which is a lie. The video shows it. And that was changed after the fact, about 2 weeks later, when the news wasn't paying attention to it.
Well, let me show you how this is all connected when I talk about Trump. Tucker Carlson's got a video out shoot on YouTube on their Fox YouTube channel concerning the JFK. They're going to divulge a whole bunch of information, and Biden pulled it back, and tens of thousands of letters and parts of the JFK, the Warren report was not. He implied, and I think it's true. Now, I'm old enough to remember when I actually watched Jack Ruby shoot Lee Harvey Oswald on live TV. I actually saw it with my own eye. So I'm showing my age now. But anyway, I'm trying to say is that Tucker implied that it was Oswald and the intelligence service of the United States. And I believe that to be true. Now, here's the thing. That's why Trump, to them, is so, I guess they call him evil, but he will walk in there. If he wins again, he will start declassifying millions of documents of all different subjects. They are scared to death of this guy. They are terrified. And frankly, I wonder, as the political season goes on, he starts doing his rallies and all the things that you do to run for president. I hope and pray that something doesn't happen to him or an attempt on him.
No,
because they're that desperate.
I don't think. No, I think they're going to go down this route, which is like with Adam Schiff. Representative Adam Schiff is saying there's sufficient evidence. There's a crime here, and it's obvious to everyone. But remember,
he had the envelope in his hand, and he was waving it.
Yeah, but this is the same man, Adam Schiff, that back in 2020, the Boston Herald, the editors of the Boston Herald, had to come out and say that he was putting out disinformation and he damaged America because he said for 3 years in a row on Rachel Maddow's show.
Not to interrupt you, but on the right of that picture is the Democrat leader in the House.
Yeah, that's Hakeem Jeffries over here. Jerry Nadler is here. I don't recognize the others, but Hakeem Jeffries is right there.
I can't say this because we're on the air, but I didn't know you could pile crap that high without it falling over.
You can, because that's what Adam Schiff is all about.
Well, I saw him on MSNBC when they asked him about that maybe 2 months ago. And his take is this. We really had no reason to believe that the information we were receiving was not accurate and true. And so it was the people that brought us the information, not the morons like me that when we got information and do your due diligence and see if it's actually accurate or even partially true, they waived all that. So it's not his fault because they gave him incorrect and flawed information.
No.
That's
He
his
said
take.
that's a lie. He said at the time for 3 years in a row
I
on
know what
racial.
he said.
Hang on.
I'm telling you what he says now.
I understand, but I want people to understand. And there's evidence of this. We have the video of this. For 3 years, every night he would go on Rachel Maddow, and he said, kind of like McCarthy did back in the 50s, that he had evidence. That evidence was going to be shown. That he had seen the evidence himself and was going to reveal to the public the proof that there was Russia collusion by the Trump team.
Absolutely, without question, he said.
That means that, and he said he saw the evidence, that he reviewed it, that he had it in his possession. Kind of like McCarthy, and for people who are too young to know, McCarthyism. Look it
We all
up.
know what happened. We all know what happened to McCarthy and the Republicans back then.
Well, you know it and I know it, but young people don't. Look up McCarthyism. And what that was a time when a man, a representative in Congress, was running around saying, I have a list of communists, and there is a communist insurrection in the United States. They're trying to take over, and I have a list of names. I have evidence. And he did that for years, up until Edward R. Murrow came out and said, show me the proof.
There's a good movie I've seen called Murrow.
No,
That's a
Good Night,
very
Good
good
Luck.
movie. It's well made.
Good Night and Good Luck. I recommend that one.
Well, that's where I got my expression from my YouTube channel. I say goodbye and good luck, and that's where I got it from.
Yeah, and it's Edward R. Murrow.
But there's a movie called Murrow where he goes head to head with McCarthy, and even President Eisenhower was scared to jump in at the beginning. He did towards the end when they saw that McCarthy, and that's the fear even back then. So things haven't really changed that much because people don't change.
No, and that's what we saw Adam Schiff doing, the same thing. I've got the evidence. It's in my hand. I can tell you it's a fact, and yet
Irrefutable.
And that's what he's saying then, and that's what he's saying now. And yet there is no evidence.
Now, is it just me, or does everybody in that picture in the background look like they had a big shot of Novocaine?
Well, kind of, yeah. But that's...
I mean, look at them. They're all like, I don't want to call people dumb, but they're not the sharpest, the brightest bulbs around. Look at the faces on it.
No, I
Look at
know.
the guy on the left. Look at the guy on the left. You got to be kidding me. These people are...
Well, I won't speak about their looks. I'll tell you about their actions. And they're all progressive.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant not their looks as in they're models or they're pretty or they're handsome. I meant looks as in like, I don't even think they even believe it.
They don't have to believe it. They just have to make you believe it.
No, that's the point I was trying to get at, I guess, in an indirect way.
Yeah, well, I'm being direct. It's about you believing it. It's about you. We have to demonize you so that you never ask a question. We have to make it look like it's going to be so much of a problem for you to ask a question that you will never speak up. That's what this is all about. That's what McCarthyism was all about. It's what Adam Schiff was doing.
Yeah. And this is why Trump is so dangerous to them.
Well, it's not just Trump. It's not just Trump.
Well, no. I'm going to use him as a specific example because he can't run again after this. If he wins, he can't run again.
Yeah.
So, and then I used to be a local
Yes, he
elected
could.
official, and we were term limited out. You do things in your second term, knowing your term valid, you wouldn't do in your first because you know you wouldn't get reelected. You're more free to do the right thing because there's no political blowback. Now, Trump is going. He knows where the bad guys are, and he's going to go scorched earth. And they are scared to death. And just like a wounded animal, these guys are lashing out. Now, I'm hoping that the good guys, get through it and prevail. We'll have to see, but they see the jig is up because the social media is changing. I don't think people realize what a huge deal this Elon Musk Twitter thing is. Him taking over. I don't think they understand that what's been exposed to everybody now, and one of the main tools of the progressives, one of the propaganda tools of the progressives has been taken from them. That's why they're acting like they are. Not because a lot of them are spoiled brats, because they're going to be exposed. That's why they hate Trump. That's why they hate Musk. That's why they hate a lot of things, because Trump won't care. He's going to go through. He's going to fire tens of thousands of people.
We
And the
need
ones
to.
he can't fire, he's going to put in a warehouse and count paper clips till they retire. He doesn't care.
Well, let me do this.
One thing Donald Trump has done his whole life, when everybody ever screws him over, he makes sure he screws them back 10 times worse. That's been his MO his whole life.
That is, and I don't. There's good and bad about that when you're talking about elected
Well, in
office.
this case, I consider it a good thing.
I understand, but there's good and bad about that in elected office. But let me do this. We've been talking for about half an hour. I want to give some other people a
I'll
chance.
get off here, but I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and also Happy Holiday. I say them both. And Mike and I have been really under the gun here on this website. I won't say the name because the algorithm will kick it off. They're really putting the screws to us hard, I can tell. I can tell from my analytics. I'm sure Mike can from his analytics that we get that you don't get to see. And I just want to say, if you want to help out anybody that sees this video, my understanding from videos that I've seen on people that know of YouTube analytics, that if you say you like to watch memes from a channel, or you like to watch shorts from a channel, and they're very popular, that doesn't cross over into the videos for their main channel like you and I.
No.
You want to help somebody out, say you watch a meme or a short that Mike and I put out, click on the channel and watch a video for at least 30 seconds. Just do that every single time. And that will bring up the algorithm for both of us and help us get the message out even more. That way you get around YouTube's algorithm. Just by watching a video for 31 seconds will bring us all up.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
And if you don't want to watch the whole thing, fine. But if you want to help out the channel, it costs 31 seconds. It's not a lot of your time. Bring it up, and the algorithm will slowly come up, and we'll pick up. Mike hit 1,000 subs. I'm close to 3,000. And we'll start coming up. And guys like us and other YouTube people that think like we do and want to save the country and the republic will have more of a say in the public forum. Like anything else, it's up to the public to bring the truth and bring it out. And by bringing up channels like ours, I think that does that.
Yeah. I think we need these conversations. We need them. Absolutely.
Anyway, so keep plugging away because we're just, well, Mike and I are just stubborn, and not everybody's like us, but
True enough.
yeah, we're going to keep plugging away, but you can help channels like Mike and I's, mine, and others. Just watch a video. Every time you watch something, watch an extra video for 31 seconds. That's it. It'll bring up all the algorithms, and we can get around what's going on this website and others. And until next time, goodbye and good luck.
All right. Thanks,
Anyway,
John.
have a good day, and wish everybody well. Take care.
All right, John. Thank you. So, folks, just like you've heard John speaking, you too can have a conversation with me. I'm more than happy to hear what you have to say. You don't have to agree. You can have your own point of view. You can agree with me on some things and disagree with me on some things. I'm perfectly happy to hear that. Let's have the discussion. Let's hear what you have to say. That's what this program's about. What you have to say, not just in the tweets, as you can see with Dal and Jan and Lynn and so many people, even Nit, who's with us for a little bit, and Agent Black, who's 7 in the United Kingdom, 7 hours ahead of us. You too can speak here, and you can call in at 607-242-9247. And even if I'm not talking about the subject you want to speak about, go ahead and call in. Tell us what you think is important, what needs to be talked about, because just like what we've been talking about in North Korea, what's happening in Southeast Asia, what's happening in Africa, they're all impacting your life. They're impacting the rest of the world. And we need to talk about these things. We need to make sure that our leaders are on the right path, or at least we have to tell them they're on the wrong path and try and make a difference, because if we don't, if we just obey, if we don't give them any questions, we're not getting a good result. We know that. Just like in gun control, if you don't question it and they keep doing the same thing, you're not getting safer. all you're getting is the same promise, and they're getting more powerful and you're getting less. So let's talk about Twitter files. Let's talk about Ted Lieu. Let's talk about January 6th, because they're all connected here. So I want people to know Ted Lieu, who is a representative in the House, he's from California, and Ted Lieu was one of the individuals who absolutely told you that there was no way possible that Congress did not, that the government did not have anything to do with social media. The social media platforms could do their thing, and that had nothing to do with anything else. The First Amendment was not being restricted. And now we know from the Twitter files that the major mainstream media will not talk about. They will not discuss with you on ABC, CBS, NBC. The major news media does not want to address the Twitter files. I wonder why. The evidence, this is evidence from Twitter and from the executives of Twitter saying that they actively were suppressing you, that they were actively punishing you for having an opinion, for using your First Amendment right of free speech. That even when all you had to do is not agree with their point of view, and you were the problem, and they suppressed you, they silenced you, they shadow banned you. They called it different names. They have different words for it, kind of like election fortifying the election. They have different words for it. They changed the definitions, but it is suppression. And this is Ted Lieu. I want you to hear in part what Ted Lieu had to say, and I forget which part it was. Come on.
Top 3 elected officials. Number 1, Donald Trump. Number 2, Vice President Pence. Number 3, Speaker. Notion that social media is somehow censoring conservative folks.
And yet, so he says, it's ridiculous. Social media didn't shadow ban any of them. Social media didn't block them or suppress them. And yet we have the internal documents from Twitter, thanks to Elon Musk and Matt Taibbi, and we know for a fact they did suppress them. They did it on purpose, not because it broke any of the rules, not because it was a problem. It's because they didn't like it. It's because there was an election going on. It's the same reason why they suppressed the Hunter Biden information and the laptop, because it could maybe have changed the election, because it might affect the way people looked at these leaders, because it didn't agree with their politics. We know for a fact that it did suppress them. And we've got Ted Lieu today saying, well, no, the government, well, it's not real. You just don't understand. You notice they keep saying that? Joe Biden says, you just don't understand. The economy's doing great. It doesn't matter how much you're paying at the store. It doesn't matter that there's food shortages and you can't get things like you used to. The shelves are empty. No, it doesn't matter. You just don't understand. Ted Lieu is here and he's telling you, you just don't understand. The internet is fine. It's perfect. As long as you agree with the progressive ideology, it works fantastic. There is no problem. Unless you actually look at the background and find out that the FBI was having weekly meetings with Twitter, that according to Mark Zuckerberg, that the FBI was talking with Facebook, that they were identifying accounts that they needed to have silenced, that they were shutting people's voices down. 80 agents or former agents of the FBI were involved in censorship on Twitter at the highest levels, making sure your voices were shut down. It's kind of like what we go through on this channel, that they suppressed this channel. In 2022, I have had fewer views per video than any year in the last 10 years. In 10 years of doing this, I have Because I am actually hitting the keywords they don't want to talk about. I want to talk about foreign policy, inflation, the recession, a food shortage. I want to talk about gun control, your First Amendment rights. I want to talk about freedom. They don't want, every single one of those terms is a suppressed term. It's like talking about the potential of a second civil war. That actually is flagged, openly flagged by YouTube. By merely mentioning that word, they instantly suppress the channel and they suppress that search term. That's a fact. You don't know that when you go and look and when you're doing your searches. I know that because I can see it in my analytics, and so can every single YouTube creator. They have words that are actually suppressed, that are flagged, that you cannot speak about. And if you raise these words, if you say these things, that they will flag you. Remember, you couldn't even talk about the pandemic or the jab for a long time. You couldn't talk about masks. And I did videos on masks. I actually covered all the protests about the mask as doctors were telling me directly that the mask did not work. And now when USC and the UCLA come out with their studies and said, yep, it's absolutely true. The masks don't work. They don't make you safer. And the answer from the government is, don't listen to that. We keep wearing the mask. The answer from the government is, oh, it's an experimental drug. Keep getting injections. It doesn't matter because you're not supposed to ask a question. And the people who are asking the questions, they're telling you you're a problem and you need to be silenced. What happened earlier in this show? In this show today, in the things we were talking about, international politics, the consequences of what's going on, what's happening around the world because America doesn't have a focused plan. And what happened? We had a bot, real man, come on this channel and say, I'm going to call the FBI. I'm going to get the FBI on you. That's suppression. They're trying to silence us. Let the FBI look. I haven't said anything. I'm asking questions. I'm looking at the evidence. I'm showing you the evidence. And the answer from the left is, you need to be silenced. Oh, you're complaining because you're being suppressed on your tweets, on social media? They're silencing your voice? Oh, you just don't understand. And yet, we know from the Twitter files, it's absolutely true. Christopher Hill had a great tweet I wanted to point out. He asked for Representative Ted Lieu, please release the exact number of FBI agents assigned to child exploitation on Twitter versus the fact that we know that there are 80 FBI agents assigned to misinformation on Twitter. You know what? There is no response from Ted Lieu on this. Ted Lieu, they won't talk about that. Oh, no, they're dealing with this. It's the number one issue. Okay, how many people you have working on it? We can't tell you. We can't tell you. And this is all being done for a reason. And let me go back to some of the comments here. John Cordisco says, the government partnering with media to put out a message is a threat to the Constitution and our republic. Make no mistake. And I agree with you, John. When we have the government using a private company to do something that the government could not do otherwise, that is deceptive, that is corrupt, and that is chilling to our rights and our freedoms. By definition, they can't get around that. And that's why it's so important. And we have the evidence. It's like with the Hunter Biden laptop. We have the evidence. It's not a question of, ooh, we're not sure. We have the verified evidence. No one, not one person in Twitter has said, I didn't write that letter. I didn't write that memo. I didn't say that. Not one person in Twitter that has been fired, not one person that was formerly part of the censorship of Twitter has said, I didn't say that and I didn't do that. So it's not a question of the evidence. We have the evidence, and the evidence is credible, and we know it's true. And Ted Lieu and the Democrats are upset because it's destroying their monopoly. they're suddenly having daylight shined on them saying, you've been lying to the public. You have been abusing our rights and our freedoms and our people. And it's not just in the United States. They were doing this to governments around the world. It was 3 years ago that the Indian, in this country of India, that their government was being silenced. They had their politicians, like our politicians in the United States, they were shut off from their constituents because Twitter didn't like what India had to say. This is the problem. Dow says, I thought this argument was, Ted Lieu's argument was that the FBI was reporting to the Oversight Committee that they were thoroughly dedicated to the prosecution of child exploitation. Either he is very ignorant or lied to us. And I would say he lied to us. Because we know that Ted Lieu has not been honest. We have the evidence. And they're not disputing the evidence that we have. Instead of disputing the evidence, they're telling us, stop talking. They're telling us, be silent. They're saying, don't ask the questions, don't have that conversation. We'll punish you for having that. And this channel has been punished 4 times this year. We've gotten content strikes. Why? Because we asked a question, because we showed you evidence from the government, from the left. We've shown you the evidence, and they said, oh, you can't talk about that, and they've given us content strikes. We are every single time, 32 times this year, we've had Facebook block at least part of our content from around the world. Why? Because they say there's a music track. By the way, have you heard a single piece of music so far in the show? Because they have blocked us every single time. 32 times. There isn't even music tracks that are going on. That's what they're doing. They're suppressing it. And they're telling you, the FBI is talking to the social media giants weekly to tell them, and they're picking out people and saying, nope, shut that one down. Nope, suppress that one. What did they call it? They reduced the visibility. They reduced the visibility. That's called shadow ban. That's hiding people. That's blocking people. It's a shadow ban. They just reduced the visibility of questionable content. Who's questioning it? The progressives. The progressives on Twitter. The progressives at Facebook. The progressives at Google. They have a question, not because it's not credible, not because it's not verifiable, it's not because the evidence isn't clear, it's because you're having a question, you're actually having a discussion they don't want you to have. They want you to be silent, that's it. They want you to obey. And that's a problem. And that's why we're also seeing what's going on with President Trump. And tomorrow, President Trump, the J6 committee is going to get together and they're going to try and, not only are they going to charge President Trump under J6, House Democrats introduced a bill to bar President Trump under the 14th Amendment. This was on Friday. This is reported by CBS News. So the Democrats are introducing legislation saying that President Donald Trump is barred, is prevented from running for an elected office because of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. They think you're stupid. I want to be clear about this. They think you're dumb and that you don't know how to look up and I want to show you. You can go to the Senate.gov, look up the Constitution. This is it right here, right in front of you. I actually looked it up. And I want to be very clear. They said, here it is. They said it's Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Okay, so going to the United States Senate and their version of the Constitution and going straight down, and let's go to the 14th Amendment. Where is that? 9, 10, 13. Here's the 14th Amendment, which was ratified in 1868, this was passed, okay? So well over 100 years ago. And Section 3, no person shall be senator or representative in Congress, president or vice president, or hold any office shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States government or given aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States government. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of the House each, move to remove such a disability. Here's the thing. If President Trump were guilty of violating the 14th Amendment, Section 3, he would have to be not indicted. Well, he would need an indictment. He would need a conviction. We would need evidence. We would need proof. He would need to be impeached at the least or tried in a court of law. And then they would have to still go through the 14th Amendment. They can't write a law and say he can't run. They can't do that. That is illegal. They cannot do that. It is unconstitutional. You cannot say you can't run because we don't want you to run. There is a process already in the Constitution. It's in the amendments. And it does not qualify because President Trump has never, in every single impeachment trial, he has not been impeached. He's won. In every one of these, we see that Trump has never been guilty because there is no evidence of that. They have feelings, they have allegations, but there is no proof. It's kind of like when we see Ted Lieu back in the day when he was saying, he feels like social media is free. He feels like everyone can say what they want because only progressives could say what they wanted. No one else. But they have no evidence. And it is, according to the 14th Amendment, President Trump has not done anything to violate. So that's why they have to make a new law. They have to make a new law because the actual law doesn't get the result they want. It's not silencing President Trump. And you don't have to like President Trump. I'm not telling you that you have to love President Trump. I'm not telling you you have to vote for President Trump. I'm not telling you you have to be a Republican or conservative. What I'm telling you is they're telling you they have no evidence. If he broke the 14th Amendment, they wouldn't need to write a new law. The law already exists. It's that simple. It's kind of like hate crimes. Hate crimes are useless. They don't do anything. Why? Because you've already committed a crime. Oh, you committed murder. So we're going to give you a hate crime. But you already convicted me for murder. What's the hate crime do? Who cares? Of course it's a hate crime. It was murder. So again, you're making a useless law, a duplication of law. Why? So that you can threaten people with hate crimes because you don't have anything else. Because you're making it up as you go. Because they can't actually find the proof of anything because the proof doesn't exist. So they need to find another way. It's like they didn't have anything to say that Hunter Biden didn't have the collusion with China, that he wasn't involved, that he was somehow bringing his father peddling influence. And the answer to that is, instead of actually trying to address it because they can't, because the proof says he probably did, the answer is just shut him up. Just shut them down. That's what they're doing to this channel right now. They're shutting us down. They're giving less access to people because of the things that we're talking about. Because we're daring to ask questions and we're daring to actually ask you to think about this. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. If you think there's evidence that President Trump committed insurrection, please tell me what the evidence is. I'd be happy to hear it. Because he, by his rights, talked to Mike Pence and said, I don't think this is fair. Okay. Did he stop Mike Pence? Did Mike Pence still go forward? Was there a lawful transition of power? Absolutely. Oh, because Trump had a discussion with the public. What? Every president can do that. Anyone can do that if they want to, because President Trump organized 300,000 people to come to. No, he didn't. He didn't even do anything close to that. And he never incited violence, not once. Oh, but you don't like what he had to say. The progressives don't like what he said, and they don't like his personality. Well, you don't have to. That's not regulated by law. You're not obligated to have to like him. That doesn't mean he broke the law. It doesn't mean what he did broke the law. You know what is insurrectionist? Every single autonomous zone that was ever created by Antifa and BLM. Every single one of those people should have been arrested and charged with insurrection and treason, because they broke every single law in the United States at the local, the state, and the federal level. They broke the law. They kidnapped people. They stole people's property. They coerced people with violence. They violated the law because they threw out the Constitution and the laws and put up their own laws. They tried to create their own little mini governments. That's what they did. And that was published and documented, and we videotaped it. And people died because of these locations. So they committed every crime at the local, state, and federal level that you could possibly do, and they weren't charged with insurrection. Should they have been? Absolutely. But the media and the left said, no, but they were doing it for a good cause. I don't care what your cause is, you still broke the law. You're still liable to the law. If you're in a protest and you hit somebody, yes, you may be protesting something very good, but you still broke the law. You still are culpable to the law. They can arrest you for protesting. You blocking the streets, you're blocking the roads. They can still arrest you even though you're protesting, and you could be absolutely right. And that's why protests are so powerful, because even though you may be punished, you still are making your statement. And so these insurrectionists throughout this, in Atlanta, in Portland, in Seattle, in in Brooklyn, New York City, in Boulder, Colorado, Austin, Texas, in Kenosha, they were criminals. Whether or not you agree with them, they were criminals. And yet we absolved them, but we're saying that President Trump, because Adam Schiff says that President Trump is guilty. Adam Schiff is saying he's guilty. Well, Adam Schiff has no credibility. He said he's always been saying Trump's guilty. He has never not said that Trump is guilty. He's never had evidence, though. And even the Boston Herald, which is not known as a right-wing repository to my knowledge, even their editors had to say, Schiff was peddling in disinformation, and he has damaged the credibility of Congress and America. But that's okay. Let me go to the comments. And if you don't agree with me, call in 607-242-9247. Dow says he looked up the 14th Amendment from the National Archives. Again, look at it from any source you want to. There is no law that was broken. Dow says, I find it disgusting that the Constitution is held in disdain and presented as an obsolescent artifact of an archaic institution until it is necessary to justify a piece of legislation that is misused and often related to out of context and will be enacted legal policy until changed. You're so right, Dow. These are the same people who say we have to change the Second Amendment. They want to change the laws. They want to create brand new amendments and new rights, like health care, which isn't a right, it's a service. It's a service, not a right. Big difference. But they want to create these human rights that are created by governments, given to you by a government, and allowed to you to have by governments, which brings you to New Zealand. And what's New Zealand doing? They're taking away those rights. They're taking away those freedoms because they gave it to the New Zealand people, and now they're taking it away. And they're trying to do that here in America. Because Adam Schiff said, I have evidence. What's your evidence? I have evidence. Well, where's your evidence? Show us your evidence. Don't worry, I have evidence. I'm sure of it. It's obvious, isn't it? No, it's not obvious because you need proof. You can't just accuse someone. And I know Democrats like to accuse people of things and assume that that's the same thing as guilt. It's not. Whether you like the person or not, whether you like the cause or not, it doesn't matter. You need proof. When I say that Antifa and BLM were guilty of insurrection, I point to the actual autonomous zones and what they wrote at those autonomous zones, that they rejected the United States Constitution, that they prevented law enforcement from doing their jobs, that they kept people in their homes under the force of violence, which is coercion, which is kidnapping, that they stole property and goods from businesses in those locations, that people died as a consequence of what they were doing, and they were enforcing their rule of law by force. All of these things are illegal. There's the proof. And we can go and look at the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. We can look at the Autonomous Zone in Atlanta. We can go to the one in Brooklyn, the one that they tried to do in Austin. We can look at all of them. We can look at it in Portland. We have evidence. See, I'm not like Adam Schiff. I'm actually pointing to the evidence. What are they pointing to? Their feelings. He doesn't like Trump. Who cares? He doesn't like the way Trump speaks. I don't care. He says the way he speaks is not good. Who cares? It's not illegal. It's not a crime. Well, he challenged the election. That's legal. Democrats did it too in 2000, in 2004, 2016. You challenged it. There's nothing illegal about challenging an election. Challenging the authority of the election, especially as we find out a year later in 2021, according to Time magazine, what do we find out? They were fortifying elections. The very same people that we see today in social media, Twitter, Facebook, Google, these executives of social media, the ones who are working with the FBI on a weekly basis, the ones that have the FBI identifying people to suppress, are the very same people who fortified an election. I tell you, folks, this is scary stuff. But if you want to believe that the 14th Amendment was broken, which we know, if Trump had violated the 14th Amendment, you don't need another law. It already exists. Charge him with the 14th Amendment, Section 3. Doesn't work. And why is it not true? Because if we look at what the definition of rebellion or insurrection is, and I can show you how, and it's right on the screen right now, this is from the House itself, 18 U.S.C. 2383, rebellion or insurrection. You can look up the definition yourself. Does Antifa apply? Yes. Do the autonomous zones apply? Absolutely. Does Donald Trump apply? No. Do the people at the Capitol on January 6th, does it apply? No. How about 18 U.S.C. 2384, which is the definition of seditious conspiracy? Does it apply? No. And that means, again, 14th Amendment doesn't apply, which is why they're trying to make up some other new law, because they can't prove anything. They just have a feeling. And they're counting on you never once questioning their feelings. And if we are running a government based on feelings, no wonder we don't have a foreign policy. No wonder we don't have a domestic policy. No wonder that we see China trying to take over Southeast Asia. No wonder we see Iran getting ready to cause its problems, while we see Russia invading Ukraine. No wonder we see that there are 9,000 people a day crossing into America because of the open border and the failure of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to do anything about it. No wonder we have these problems. because they're running things based on their feelings, and their feelings change hour by hour, day by day, and that's why they're not laws. Because laws don't change. At least they're not supposed to. And the Twitter files show us the proof that we know they have been colluding against you. This is about you. And I know I can see that I'm being suppressed because Twitter files is a popular topic. January 6th is a popular topic. Trump being indicted is a popular topic. And I'm seeing that this channel is being suppressed and people are being pushed away from this channel and not allowed to talk about these things, even though they are trending. We should have hundreds of people watching this right now and commenting. Even if they don't agree, there should be hundreds of people talking about this. And this, I submit to you at this moment, with the numbers that I am seeing being reported to me right now, they are suppressing this. Why? Because we're talking about those things in a way they don't like. It's not that people aren't talking about Ted Lieu. He was trending on Twitter. It's not because people aren't talking about January 6th. It's trending. It's not that people aren't talking about the indictment of Donald Trump. That's headline news at CNN. It's because we're not talking about it the way they want to talk about it. It's because we're talking about it as a question and not a fact. It's not a feeling. We're not telling you to feel like they're justified. We're not telling you that your feelings are justified because you don't like Trump. No, we're telling you that that doesn't matter and that there's no evidence that's been presented and that the evidence that does exist is actually a problem, not for Trump, but for the progressives. So let me see. So Dow says, that's why they have to make up a new legality. I call it legality because I'm sure it will be executed under administrative jurisdiction of either the executive branch or by fiat or by Capitol Police. That way it can't be easily defeated in the courts or by congressional oversight. Of course, they don't want you to be able to challenge them. They want you to obey. And they want to change your opinion. They want your feelings. They're telling you, this is the feeling you should have, and this is how you have to react. That's it. And if you dare to speak up, if you dare to question, if you dare to ask any questions about it, or talk to people about it in a way that is unapproved, they will punish you. And they're trying to punish this channel right now. They're letting less and less people see this because I am not saying these things in the way they want. I'm not supporting their feelings, and therefore they're trying to shut us down. Even as I am live with you, talking about top searched terms and subjects that are affecting the world and our nation. You mean to tell me that El Paso saying that there's a state of emergency for the city of El Paso because of 9,000 immigrants a day trying to get into that city? You mean to tell me that North Korea firing missiles at South Korea and Japan building an army so that they can have an offensive army, that they can have preemptive strikes? This is starting a war. Japan is saying they're building an army so that they can have a war. And that's not something that they want. That's not a trending topic. Are you kidding me? I'm international. We're seen in over 100 countries in every episode. 100 countries watch this. And you mean to tell me that no one in Japan right now is concerned about that this is not trending, that they're not having a discussion about their country absolutely reversing their trend since the 1950s of having only a peacekeeping military, and they're now going to have an active army? You mean to tell me that's not a top topic in Japan? And no one in Japan wants to have that conversation? Are you kidding me? They want to tell us that no one cares about inflation and how that's having an effect on the food that you're buying? That you're not concerned about energy? That you're not concerned about the immigration and spending twice what you make in a year for people who broke the law and entered the country illegally. See, this is all part of that shadow ban. They don't want you to talk about this. You're supposed to support Ted Lieu as he lied to your face, saying that the government wasn't colluding with social media, and we know for a fact that they did. Not one person at Twitter or Facebook has come up and said any of that isn't true. Not one person in the FBI has said that they didn't do this. Not one person in the government has said we weren't working with Twitter and Facebook to suppress people. Not one person has said that's wrong or that the evidence isn't real. Which means you have to be very upset about this. You should be speaking about this. Yes, watch the show. Watch the show. Make your comments here and then go out and share this with everyone else. Share this with people and let them know that they need to speak about this. They need to talk about this. You don't have to agree with me 100%. You don't have to agree with my conclusions. But God help me, please look at the evidence that I'm presenting to you and think about it for yourself. Make your own decision. Ask your own questions. Talk to your representative in Congress, your senator. Talk to the people in your state. You talk to them and you ask them, is this really true? Wait a minute, is this happening and what are we doing? It's that easy, folks. Because if we don't ask questions, you will very quickly find out that you will never have the right to ask a question again. Because that's where we're going. We're going down an autocratic path. 75% of the nation disagrees with the path we are on because it leads away from democracy, it leads away from freedom, it leads towards autocratic dictatorships, totalitarian governments. That's where we're on. You don't have to like you don't have to like me. You don't have to like Trump. You don't have to like Republicans or conservatives to still be able to ask a question and say, we're on the wrong path. You don't have to vote Republican to say something is wrong here. Japan would not be building a military if America was strong and we had strong leadership. They're doing it because we're weak. Oh, we got another call coming in. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. Your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason. Hey, just so you know, my call on right now, your voice is really low. Probably part of your system, but
yes, it's been having problems all day, all week. I know, and there's a little bit of an echo. I apologize, but go ahead.
Yeah. So, I wanted to talk about the situation with the deep state. I know everybody kept saying deep state all the time, and now it's come to the point where Elon Musk completely exposed exactly the extent of what deep state actually is and how little control even the party in power has over to control it. I mean, you look at the situation, with Trump. You think about the entire time that he was in office. How often or how much influence did those institutions have, in shaping the narrative within the social medias, the entire time you got the impression that, the Twitter and, Facebook and, YouTube and Google, they were all involved, single-handedly making the decisions to suppress, conservative voices and also, to change the narrative to, the way that it pleased them when it came to, with Trump. And now, we know that our actual institutions were, working against the president, directly during that entire time. And, you have the evidence here with Twitter. And, it's extremely disturbing. And honestly, it's on the other hand, you look at how lucky we actually are that Elon Musk, took this company over and, was able to expose what happens, because not only did he, by him opening up Twitter, now we can just magnify everything that happened in Twitter to every other platform that's out there, So,
Yeah.
And it kind of vindicates, the situation between, it's just like, you yourself, have struggled over years trying to really get your voice out there and to build an audience and even get so many, subscribers. And yet, because of the content and who you are, because of what was just discovered, that YouTube, and Google and everybody has been directly working against you,
Well, we've always known it. We've always known it. I've shown evidence of it. Like the week before the election, when I showed the photo of them shutting off access to my website, and 90% of the views disappeared. Literally at 9 p.m., they hit the switch, and my views, my access to the public dropped by 90%. A week before the election, and I'm a political channel. That just doesn't happen. But yes, you're right. Go on.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is you think about it from a civil standpoint, even yourself, it's like you have a business here, you're getting a voice out, and your livelihood and your ability to create a widespread program has been, crushed because of these institutions, which, I believe, well, even according to them, they lied you, telling you that wasn't the case. I mean, they've come out right in front of, the House committee. I mean, look at even, Zuckerberg himself. He, from Facebook or Meta, I mean, he was right there, and he just, flat out, said many things about the fact that they don't do this and don't do that, and yet the entire time they were doing this behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's just, as far as, your situation, it's like, look at, I mean, I think, that the further this comes out, there will hopefully be an opportunity, for even people like yourself to be able to take, civil action against these large media companies from suppressing your ability to make a living, in the political commentary.
But we can't, because they're covered by Section 230. Even if they change the law tomorrow, we can't go backwards in time. So all the damage that they have done, not just to me, not just to John Cordisco, there may be lots of channels. Think about it. People may be watching video games, movie reviews. People who do movie reviews. Maybe you're brilliant at doing movie reviews and you're talking about She-Hulk or Avatar and you didn't like it and they suppressed you because of that. You will never be able to sue because they have Section 230 protection going forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Section 230 protects them, from civil action being taken them from content creators posting things that, could hold the media company liable. What they did, they actually went, and this is different because they actually went and they suppressed you as a business, from having your voice heard without directly lying to you. I mean, the thing is you're selling a product, right? And what they're doing is they're stopping you from selling your product and then lying to you, saying that they weren't, telling you to sell a product. That's a completely, totally different thing than the 230 laws, where they would just give them blanket protection against getting sued, from content that content creators produced. So, like I said, this is different. They literally stopped you from making money off of your content by suppressing it. That's where the civil matter comes in. That's where you have, a voice and power, to counter this. And, they weren't supposed to do that. They weren't, I mean, they did have certain guidelines, that they were supposedly telling you directly, what you could put and what you couldn't do on their platform. But the thing is that wasn't what they were doing. They were stopping your information from getting out there, in an alternative, undercover method, which you didn't know about. And the thing is it was deceiving, because if you're trying to sell a product and they're undercutting, you, and they don't have clear guidelines of what they were doing to you, I mean, Yeah, I'm telling you that they're liable for damages done for the lack of profit you were able to make and the lack of growth that you've had over the years.
I would love that,
something else?
but I can tell you this, if you look up Twitter files and you're looking up the Twitter files just in general, what you will not find, and I'm doing this live in front of everyone right now, it's on the screen. So I'm looking it up, and it's Google is saying no one, there is not one major news media organization, CNN, ABC, NBC, CNN. Oh, there's MSN, but that's not major news media. But they're retweeting or copying a bit of it. So there's MSNBC, MSN. But there is no major news media station that is covering this. Not one. Not one on the left. Not one. And that's the problem. No one knows this is happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, the good thing that's happening though is that at least there, Twitter is able to get information out like this, and it's major, it's a major step in the right direction, in my opinion, as far as being able now to, counter this. I mean, when it comes to look at the Twitter files, just exposed everything we already knew, and it was very frustrating because all the conversation that you wanted to say, and every time you get banned, or actually, yeah, you got shut down for conversation that now was directly suppressed by them. So
No, well, think about it. I literally had a candidate who was running in Rochester for the 137th Assembly District in New York, talking to his constituents and members of New York State about why he was running.
Hamburger.
And I was told that was racism, and they shut me down.
Yeah, and they could just do that, just blatantly, shut you down without you being able to, argue for an appeal of any sort, and it's frustrating because the thing is that, as many times as people continue to say, well, you've got Rumble, you've got, all these alternative platforms, the bottom line is that, and we've talked about this before, is that you just do not get the same reach, on these other platforms as you do on YouTube. And their monopolistic, entrenchment, and also obviously now the hand-in-hand, cronyism, that's done directly with, actually, I don't even know if you'd even call it a specific party, because quite frankly, it looks like they're more in bed with the deep state than anything. They're dictating, what can be put on their platform and how big of an outreach you can actually get out to the public. It's very scary and frustrating.
Well, trust me, no one is more frustrated than me over the last 10 years, and especially in this year. Literally this year, as I got more people, and I thank everyone. We broke 1,000 viewers, subscribers, and I'm happy to have hit that milestone. And we could easily have gotten so much higher, but it's the thing, and so much sooner. But the thing that gets me is this year I have, on average, per video, less views than 2019, 2020, 2016, when I had half as many people watching this program, subscribed to the program. I had twice as many views. That's suppression. And it's, again, these are in the news. These are top stories that are being talked about around the nation in social media and very often in the news media. And no one's noticing this? I don't think so. I mean, I'm talking about North Korea. No one's talking about North Korea? Well, yeah, lots of people around the world are. So why is no one seeing this? It's very frustrating to me in that respect. But
yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is with what was released with Twitter is that they explain exactly how they would suppress that sort of information from getting out. The lack of views that you get, the lack of outreach, how that was done. They don't. And the thing is too is the dishonesty of how they defined shadow banning, because directly that's what they do. They recreate the outreach of the content and the keywords that are allowed to spread. And so basically, because you had probably last year hit more the keywords than you ever have in any of your, your history. They really had to put the brakes on, your content and your ability to,
No,
outrage.
that's why they silence us. And here's the thing, folks. Why I'm upset about this isn't me. I have never made money. 17 years as a political commentator. I've talked to members of Congress. I've talked to candidates for every elected office you can name. I know people in Congress right now, Democrats and Republicans. I know people in almost every single political party. I have never gotten money from any political party to do this. I lose $4,000 to $5,000 a year for 17 years. I have lost $4,000 to $5,000 a year. I've never made a profit doing this, and yet I do it anyway. And the thing that upsets me is not that I'm not making money. I do want to make money. I do thank you for your donations, absolutely. But the thing is, they're trying to silence you because this is about a conversation. This is about expressing these ideas and trying to come up with solutions that make things better for all of us. Because if America has a focus, the world gets calm. If America has a foreign policy, Japan doesn't need to build an army and have a war against Korea. If America has a focus, we don't have 9,000 people a day trying to swamp our country and increase our debt and our inflation. This is why I'm doing it. And they don't want that. They'd rather have a war in Southeast Asia. They'd rather have our cities overrun with illegal aliens and our economy broken. Because just to make sure that you don't talk. That's the part that pisses me off. You know what I mean, Jason?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely frustrating. I mean, I just look at it. I'm moderately optimistic about what's coming down the pike, in the future here. And I think that one of the things about the Twitter files, I think is handled real well is the fact that the way that they were being released and portion size. I mean, it was kind of funny that even Jack Dorsey, he was actually kind of pissed. He was just like, well, why don't you just release everything at one time? That's just like, why? So we can't digest it. So we can't, break it down bit by bit and the thing is every time he released something, it was interesting how you had the left and all the legacy media basically, pushing back as hard as they could, saying, well, this was that way and this is that way. And then when they released the second batch of Twitter files, then it was just like they ended up with a bunch of pies in the face because everything that they used as a defense, towards the first batch, they ended up getting, whacked with the second batch came out.
Well, that's why they want it all at once for two reasons. One, they can have one argument that can try and defeat all of it. And two, it's so that in 3 days, because the media cycle is, okay, in a week, everyone will forget. In 3 months, everyone will forget. Just like people forgot that Adam Schiff for 3 years back, going back, everyone's forgotten. Oh yeah, he promised everyone evidence that never actually appeared. He lied to the American people on Rachel Maddow's show night after night for 3 years in a row. He lied. Oh, but you don't remember that. So he can lie now. He can use the same exact lie and no one remembers. Oh yeah, this is the same lie he always uses. They want you to have it all so you forget, so that they can go on to whatever else. They can distract you with something else. Now they can't do that because it keeps coming out and there's more and more evidence. And the lie they used or the excuse they used for the last part doesn't ring true with the next part. It's like with Ted Lieu, when I just showed him and he's up here and he's saying, but the FBI would never work with social media. The government would never be involved with that. They're a private company. And then Twitter files say, well, no, you're a liar.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. It's just, I don't have much faith in the current Republicans that are going to be in the House, and as far as their ability to dig through and actually, expose, the FBI and the other, organizations of, how they affect even our, health department, how they had, direct influence over these social media.
Yeah.
It would be, for years, we've been hoping that this would be exposed and crushed, but I mean, first we had, Trump in there, and we figured, he was going to be able to, get into the deep state and actually make some, substantial changes, but then realizing that it was far greater than, what any one person or, political party could actually, deal with. But now it's like, like I said, is we have at least one major avenue or the conversation is able to be, argued. Twitter's definitely the one to, that a lot of people are taking note of anyway. Because I mean, the thing is that unlike any other new conservative or alternative platform like the Parlors and even Truth, they don't have the, for one, they don't have the number of people, and then two, they just don't have the diversity as far as opinions, because either you've got completely conservative think tank or you don't have any of the leftists on there, and that really kind of that kills the conversation.
Well, they want to kill the conversation. That's why if you type in North Korea, you're not going to see channels like me. You're going to see MSNBC, you're going to see CBS, you're going to see ABC. You type in these subjects, they're going to show you someone else because they don't want you to hear what actual people think and what the conversation actually is. They want it in the shadows. They want you to think you're alone. Oh, you have this idea? Well, no one else does. Oh, if you scroll down far enough, I mean, that's the new thing with Twitter. That's why Twitter changed. Did you notice? And I'll show it on the screen. So the new thing with Twitter, with Google, the new thing with Google is, remember how they used to have the pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you go all the way to 10 or 15, whatever it might be. And now they just have an eternally scrolling page that keeps scrolling down. You know why? So that they can throw you at the bottom of the page and you will never find it. It is so, they can bury something so deep that you will give up looking for it because you have no idea where it is. And you can't find anything easily this way. It's meant to hide things, to bury them. It's kind of like when I was talking about earlier in the article about Japan. It was the 10th article. It was the 10th paragraph. They buried the news. Japan's building up an army. We should be concerned. That's a statement that means that Southeast Asia is getting closer to war. They're building an army to attack North Korea. We should be very concerned about this. And they buried that in the 10th paragraph. Why? Because you're never supposed to read that far. See, that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is too is that whole incident though just completely shows the incompetence of the Biden administration, a lack of faith that other countries have in ours. I mean, quite frankly, I mean, Japan, should have. Well, I mean, they never had to actually. I mean, it's part of the agreement. I think the United States was, there, to protect them,
yes,
kind of militarily. So, but now it's the fact that we've proven that we've not been standing by those who needed it. Japan, obviously put in a situation. They're like, well, we're going to have to take things into our own hands, and I mean, that does escalate things. Look at, I mean, the fact is North Korea, what's going on there should not be happening. I mean, he has a free for all. Things are definitely escalating and getting extremely dangerous. And it's just a matter of time. And the thing is everybody just thinks that, okay, it's just, the one single dictator at the top. But the problem is that entire system, the way that country, is up there. I mean, somebody's going to be at the top of that dictatorship. The people themselves, that's all they know. There's no way to just plug in democracy into that country.
Well, it's because it's run by China. It is it is the arm. It's more than just the political arm. It's the offensive arm of China. Where did they get the hypersonic missiles technology from? China. Where did they get the supplies from? They're under sanctions for what, decades now. Their people are starving. Where are they getting the equipment and the money for all this technology? From China. China gives it to them and says, hey, shoot off a couple of them. See what happens. And they do. And when China wants them to calm down, they say, stop firing for a little bit. We have a conversation. They have a meeting, And then as soon as the meeting's over, they go ahead, fire some more. And they do. Now, it's a very simplified way of looking at international politics, but it's real. It is what is happening. So that's why we're never going to see a democracy in North Korea, because China's never going to be democratic.
Yeah. And that, unfortunately, is one of the failures of the United States, to a degree back, in the 70s. It's like there was always that view that if we opened up our country to China and traded with them, that it would have turned them into a democracy. And it obviously put them in a position of power well over our country and the entire world. And, now we are, paying the price for it. I don't, honestly, when I look at the different behaviors of, China, I don't see them being able to do much, as far as control or they really expand much more beyond what they are, due to the fact that I see different portions of their economy collapsing because of their tight grip on the market, and that's happening. So
Well, I think these are really all troubling things. But think about it. We've been talking about this kind of stuff on this show for years. And even in the last year, we started the year talking about the food crisis, which no one's talking about. We started talking about the recession, which they denied all, and they're still denying there's a recession going on. We've talked about inflation, which all of our targets got hit. We were right. And we were talking about the corruption in our government and the fact and the lack of leadership that would lead to more violence in the world. And we're seeing that. They don't like it. None of that's good for the Biden-Harris administration. None of that's good for progressives. It's not good for the progressive movement. And that's why they suppress it. That's why they're suppressing the public. Because I think if more people heard that and heard this point of view, whether they agree 100% or not, they would start asking questions like, what happened to the Americans in Afghanistan, the 5,000 there? What's happening to the 10,000 Americans in Ukraine? Why did we abandon them? They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to have to be responsible for that. And that really pisses me off.
Yeah. Well, they've been able to suppress it pretty well.
Yes, they have. But you know what? People are subscribing to the channel. People do donate to the channel. We appreciate both intensely because it keeps us going. And we're going to keep going. We're not going to let them stop us. We're not. They keep threatening us. And I don't know if you saw it earlier in the show when we had a bot come on, some guy who's under the name Real Man. That was his name. And he threatened us. He's like, oh, the FBI is I'm going to send this in to the FBI. Like the FBI doesn't watch me on a regular basis anyway. Like I don't already have an NSA file. But, they're going to get us and they're going to shut us down. It's all about threats. You ever know, am I wrong? The left always threatens people when you don't agree with them. If you agree with them, they're all like, oh, you're wonderful, you're beautiful, you're fantastic. The moment you disagree, no matter who you are, if you're gay and you don't agree with their policies for the LGBTQAI+, then they hate you and they demonize you. How many times have we seen that?
Well, yeah, because the bottom line is that their religion, which whatever they have, is superior. And if you don't agree with it, then basically you are, a bigot, slime of the earth, and you shouldn't exist. And that's the way that they see it. I mean, that's one of the things with the culture war that's really kind of insane is that you've had a lot of traditional Judeo-Christian religion and that structure, and that now as far as any sort of moral beliefs and standards that are embraced by there is being pretty much thrown by the wayside, and now you have those groups and their ideology is being presented as the moral as being morally superior to anything else, and it's pretty scary.
It's amazing that, did you know that right now, according to Morning Consult, which is one of the polling institutions, Morning Consult, right, wrong track for America. As of December 12th, the last time that they took it. So as of December 12th, 69% of Americans believe we're on the wrong track. 69%. That's huge. That's 2/3 of America. Can you think of anything that 2/3 of Americans agree?
No, it's hard to say. I mean, one of the problems with even that statistic, though, is that I would have to argue is that, saying we're on the wrong track. I mean, the question is that define what track, you think is the right one, and the problem is that when you get into specifics, you'd find out probably, more people are far more divided in what they want or what they would say, I mean, maybe the current track, we're on the wrong track because we're not on the fast track, according to the left, maybe they want more radical policies implemented quicker, and they don't want anything, being geared up. And then, on maybe the more conservative side, it's just like, yeah, that we're on the wrong path because of every, policy that the Biden administration is implementing, So, I mean, it's hard to say what people feel and think. I mean, the thing is, they may all agree, that we're on the wrong path, but the question is that which, track or path do they believe that we should be on? And I think that's where you'd find out there is definitely some, division there, and probably more tribalistic, division as well too.
Well, absolutely. I can tell you that according to Democrats, 57% of Democrats think America's on the right track right now. 23% of independents and 8% of Republicans think America's on the right track right now. And we can see that this is an absolute shift because that all changed literally on the election, it was exactly January 25th, right after the shift, after Trump came out, Biden came in, and instantly on that day, literally that day, Democrats said America's on the right track because Biden got elected. And since that time, they've all been overwhelmingly yes in favor of him. Instantly changed. And at the same time, that's when the independents and the Republicans said, nope, we don't agree.
Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating. I mean, look at it. Just, I see that, the economic policies that they continue to try to push forward, that is further, increasing the inflation and the situation that we're in. I mean, look, we just went through a situation where the Fed says, hey, guess what? We're just going to continue to raise interest rates until, they squash inflation. The problem is that you have the Biden administration going in direct, opposing. I mean, they want to pump more money in. And then on top of that, when it comes to things that they can control as far as that are inflationary, as, such as, our energy, I mean, they absolutely refuse to even change direction or even change a tone that would alleviate, even short-term inflation when it comes to energy.
No, they'd rather go to give money to Venezuela, a country that is killing its own people, and they are actively at this moment going into Venezuela and giving Venezuela money so that they can get oil from Venezuela, rather than starting to have America be energy independent. They would rather give money to a country that is killing its own people. That's Venezuela right now. That's what the U.S. policy is right now.
I mean, U.S. policy has always been the fact, though. It's like, I mean, every time you turn a corner and you're like, okay, we can, produce more of this in the United States. We can, produce more of that. The biggest argument always is that, the environmental impact, we can't do that because environment. And so it's just like, okay, so what do? They basically decide that we import everything that's going to be environmentally harmful to other locations, instead of us actually manufacturing things far more effectively, efficiently, and more environmentally friendly. We leave it off to, third world countries, to do that.
That are not even that isn't even efficient.
No, but even that though is that you've got now what the Biden administration is paying other countries not to go through their own industrial revolution, And so you've got these countries where, you know, they have resources, they have people, and they have a certain, you know, economy that they can build. And what is the Biden administration going to do? Well, they do best with what they do with, you know, Americans. They throw them, technically, we just give them money, which is nothing more than welfare. And we know what a welfare program does to people. I mean, just causes stagnation and just, you know, a lot of harmful things to people and cultures.
Yeah, but it's already after the fact. I mean, it's like in Africa. We already lost Africa. We lost the battle in trade with Africa back even before 2017. But it was already a known fact around the world that in 2017, China already won. They already made all the trading deals. They already made their connections with all the governments for oil and other resources, including everything necessary for the green movement, the windmills, the solar panels, the electric vehicles. That's all in Africa. And China made the deal in 2017 under the Obama administration. You can't buy it. They're trying to go in and say, well, we'll give them money. Too late. They're already getting money from China. It's too late. The deal's already been done. And no one talked about that. Mind you, this channel talked about it very little. We have talked about it from time to time, but no one talked about it. It's been an unspoken thing. And I'm only one man in one channel. I can't cover everything, but it's just very, very frustrating. I don't know. Let me ask you, in 2023, with Republicans coming in for the 118th Congress, do you think that will be better for America or worse? Are we going to get a focus for international or domestic policies? Or is Biden, like he said, is he going to go out there and is he going to do absolutely nothing different? Is he going to be able to just run ramshot and keep pushing this progressive ideology? Which one do you think is going to happen?
No, he's definitely pushing the progressive ideology. I mean, the bottom line is the midterms technically were a disaster for the Republicans, and it gave him the confidence to do whatever he wants. The only problem is that if Republicans actually believe that the policies that the Democrats were pushing forward is what America wants, and they actually sway, you know, to the left to basically pacify some sort of, you know, independent base that's out there that believes what the Biden administration does, that would be just a disastrous mistake.
Yeah, but I got to correct something. The election wasn't a disaster for Republicans. In any other midterm, if you ever looked at the numbers and compared it to any other midterm, we did fantastic. Republicans took the House. They very nearly took the Senate, but that's not unusual to get one, not both. And we got a bunch of the governorships. We did well. In any other year, in any other midterm, to have these results would have been considered a great win. The only reason why it's considered a failure is because the news media told us and the polls told us that it would be an enormous tsunami and never before seen reversal, and it didn't happen. That's the only reason why they can say, oh, see, but the Republicans failed. No, we didn't. We did fantastically well as midterm elections go. See how they changed the way people look at that? I mean, literally, if you compare these numbers to any other midterm, we did fantastic. But this year it's considered a failure, but that's only because they told us we were going to get a tsunami, and instead we got a flood.
You know, from my perspective, I think that the reasoning, you know, behind the lack of a, you know, complete total, you know, wave, in my opinion, was more specific to, you know, different narratives. And I mean, I think the economy was one thing. I don't think the impact of inflation was enough because, like I said, people had jobs. I think that, and again, I was saying before, I mean, give it 6 months, I think, from now, and as you start to see the increase of layoffs, people's tunes and feelings will, you know, kind of bitter. And then as the more we get into a stagflation type of situation, you know, and stagflation happens because, like I said, the Biden, you know, Biden administration's economic policies will lead us there because their refusal to, you know, do what they need to with energy. I mean, that's really the sticking point.
Yeah.
You know, so, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see it. Look at, like I said, I think that Republicans, though, you know, could pivot, you know, to a, you know, I'm worried that they'll pivot to a more progressive kind of, you know, narrative. And, you know, you question what they can do, what they will do, you know, what sort of narrative they'll push out, what will they be able to expose? You know, I mean, it's really difficult. You know, I think there's certain things they've got to try to tackle, but I don't know what will get done. But look, I mean, the baseline is just at least to some degree they will stop the bleeding, you know.
Okay.
And you know, from there, you know, once you know a more conservative you know group of Republicans primary in the future in 2024, you know, we should see hopefully a better, you know, more solid, you know, Republican coalition with actual, you know, more of a direction to it, you know.
Well, that may be the case. That may be. It will be interesting to see, and well, I'm hoping that we'll get some positive results out of it. I'm actually surprised Biden's still there. I expected him to be out by the, and it looks, I still got time, but I expected him gone because of the 25th Amendment.
Yeah.
I still think that's going to happen. I was looking for it to happen in January. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, the bottom line is because, you know, the Democrats themselves actually, I mean, they didn't get the red tsunami and totally getting wiped out completely. He, you know, did a lot better than they projected, you know, and there's no love for having, you know, Harris in there because they know that she will polarize, you know, far more people. And, you know, one of the things about Biden is the fact that he's just, you know, so, you know, I don't know, like not alive is the fact that people don't see him as really a threatening figure.
Well,
But you put Harris in there, and boy, you know, she'll definitely motivate Republicans to get to the poll. She's very unlikable.
well, I can tell you that as according to CNBC, this is from CNBC on December 12th, the majority of Americans don't want Biden to run in 2024. And I don't think that Kamala Harris is any better because she's failed at everything. I mean, look at our border. She failed. It was her job. She was the one put in as czar, and she failed. And they don't want Biden. And I don't think anyone would want Kamala when she's failed. So what are Democrats going to do? Go for Newsom out of California? That's scary.
I don't know. I mean, the problem is too is the Democrats didn't get punished, you know, for the open border policy. I don't think that was really much of an issue that created them. Maybe in, you know, some of the southern states potentially, you know, maybe some of the, you know, parts of Texas actually became more red because of it, you know. But I think not that really as much as some of the rest of the country. Granted, you had a situation where, you know, with Florida, but I think with Florida, it's just like DeSantis, you know, was basically. He was just hitting, you know, the nail on the head with every issue that was thrown at him. I mean, from the hurricane to, you know, the situation with the social issues with children and transgender issues there. I mean, he was defining his position. He was executing in a way that basically people, you know, they didn't have much room to argue against. And if they did, they just sounded like idiots.
Right. Well, that's interesting. I know we've been on for a little while. Was there any other thought that you wanted to get in before I let you go?
No, that was it. You know, like I said, the social media situation, you know, with the entire deep state, you know, creating or basically, you know, curating the narrative was what I really, you know, wanted to touch base on. I was able to do that, so.
Absolutely. Well, I'm always happy to hear other people's thoughts, so I always thank you for calling in and sharing those thoughts. I mean, I think it's important.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Yep, bye.
Now, folks, just like you just heard, you've heard John, you've heard Jason. You too can call in and to share your thoughts in your voice. It's not just typing in on Facebook or on YouTube, but you can call in from anywhere around the world. And yes, we are working on trying to get an international number for you to call in on as well. But it's about hearing your voice and hearing what you have to say, whichever way. And even if you're only watching the show afterwards, because it's suppressed and you didn't get to see it live, maybe you were watching the World Cup and celebrating Argentina's win. Maybe, well, you didn't go see Avatar because that's not doing well. So that's not the reason. Maybe you were watching football. It's okay. I don't mind. You don't have to watch it live. But when you do watch it, please like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask is like, share, subscribe. If you found it entertainment and educational, informational, if you found it to be an interesting discussion, if you like the Twitter chat, the chat that's been going on, please just like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. And maybe if you want, you can even donate. You can donate 50 cents, you can donate $1, you can donate $5. You know, it cost me $5,000 a year to do this. I lose money every year. Always have. For every year that I've been doing this, I've been doing political commentary for 17 years. I've lost money every year. And that's okay. But it helps. It helps to keep the lights on. It helps to keep us paying the bills to be able to do this for you. Even though I know, and God knows I probably need new microphone, new audio setup because we got a problem with that. And it's expensive. So if you donate, that's fantastic. But you don't have to. You can just like, share, or subscribe. Of course, if you happen to be one of the progressives out there that believes in black supremacy, if you apologize for being born white, if you apologize for white privilege, then to those people, to those progressives, I tell you, send me half your paycheck. Send me half your paycheck if you believe those white privilege, critical race theory ideas, because I'm black and I'm Hispanic and I'm a business owner and I'm a small business owner. And so to pay back for your white privilege, send me half your paycheck. And for everyone else, for the conservatives, the libertarians, the Green Party, the Republicans that are watching this, I don't expect you to do that. I expect you to give me $1, give me $5, give me 50 cents. Just like and share. I'll be just as happy. But if you're a progressive, then live by your words. Donate half your paycheck. You already gave $70 million to BLM, and they went out and bought a couple of mansions. You gave money to Sean King because he's transracial. Well, guess what? I'm actually black. I'm actually Hispanic. And I'm not asking for the $40,000 that Sean King got to go and get a dog. I'm saying, send me half your paycheck. But for everyone else, I want to say thank you. And I want to just show you, I want to share this with you. Here we go. Oh, where's the audio? Oops. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no more. Thank you. That's right. We always say thank you. in every episode, every time we do this, to thank you for everything that you have done to help this channel, to help us grow, to help us keep doing this every week, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because we appreciate you. We thank you for all that you do for us and helping us to fight against the shadow banning, the suppression, the silencing of the First Amendment. You make all the difference from all around the world. And we're going to keep doing this always. So I do want to thank you. I know the holidays are coming up. I do plan on doing an episode on the 25th. I'll probably do something very lighthearted during the day for those people like myself who don't have any family around, who are going to be by yourselves. Christmas Day, Eve, we're going to be trying to put something together, probably playing a video game, just so that you won't feel alone, that you're going to have someone there with you. You can watch me play a game, you can watch me die, you can see me get beat up by various video games. I don't mind, it's okay. You can laugh at me and have some fun, and you won't be alone for the holiday. Please remember, this is the holiday season. So if you are feeling down, remember, there is the suicide hotline, there is the domestic abuse line. Remember, there is the substance abuse line. Reach out to them. Tell them that you need help. Tell them that you need to talk to somebody. Talk to a friend. Reach out. These are very difficult holidays for a lot of people, and don't feel like you're alone. Reach out to whomever you have to, and you can look at any video at the beginning of every video that we do. That number is always available, so you can just check out any video that we have over the last 2 years, and you will see those numbers available in every single episode, so that you can make sure you can reach somebody. And that's always important, I think. So we want to mention that. I still am working on the top 10 list of 2022. Obviously, the last week we've had some audio issues, as you can hear. We're trying to fix that so we can do the video, so we can get that out to you properly. I hope to have it fixed in the next couple of days. I hope. I hope I don't have to buy a whole new soundboard. God, that's too expensive. And if not that, also, I lost track for a second there. And we're also going to be doing, like I said, Christmas. Oh, and the 1,000 subscriber video, we're trying to put something together for that as well. We hope to have all of that done for you very, very soon. We've been on for 4 hours, 11 minutes. We've got about 4 minutes, and then we'll be going, so 4 hours and 15 minutes. I always like to leave it off on the 15-minute mark if I can. So let me just say, 2022 has been an incredible year. It's been amazing, the things that we have not been able to say and share with you, both because of things that have been suppressed, the things that have been deleted on us, the things that we have been, well, just not allowed to say, the conversations we're not allowed to have with you. And even with all of that, I have to say, you guys are wonderful. We have people like Agent Black, who's in the UK 7 hours ahead, in the middle of the night, spending time with us every Sunday. I see you guys when you leave your comments on the videos we do throughout the week, when we see all the input we get. I love that. Even the people who disagreed with me, like in the Kanye video, where we were taking Kanye to task, and people were saying, well, you just don't understand, and Kanye's misunderstood, and Kanye's a great guy. And then all those people went completely silent, and Kanye admitted that he likes Nazis. Hey, but I love the fact that you were willing to speak up and share your voice. I'm not detracting those people. I'm saying they deserve to have their voice heard too. And let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation about whether Kanye is even worthwhile as talking about in terms of politics. Let's have that conversation about what's happening in our southern border. Let's talk about the experimental jab. Let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the potential of not World War III, but 3 world wars, 3 regional wars happening all at the same time. It seems like that's becoming more and more likely as we go forward. We've been talking about it for about 2 years now. And it seems more likely today We already have Russia going at it. Now we look at what's happening in Southeast Asia. That's 2 of the 3. That's my real concern. I'm also concerned about you with food. As we've been saying in every single episode all year, when you go out to the store, buy 10% more food. Buy rice, flour, wheat, canned foods. I know it's expensive. It's more expensive today than it was in January, but do it every time you go out. In the best case scenario, you'll have some extra food that you can donate to veterans or to the homeless. In the worst case scenario, you've saved money and you will have more food as this food shortage continues, because it will not end the day that the winter ends. In January or February, it's not going to be over. That food, the shortage will not end until the next season of crops come through. We're looking at a full year. Take the opportunity today. It's the only plan for the food shortage that I can offer, because there is no other plan being offered by our elected officials. Not one. We haven't heard anything from the Biden-Harris administration. They won't even talk about this. So we will. And our answer is, get prepared. Buy a little bit extra. Don't panic. Don't buy things in mass. Just 10% more. And it will help you get through this time. So these are some of the things we want to say and we want to share with you. And most of all, in the final thoughts here, even if I don't see you for Christmas, I probably will see you for New Year's. But if I don't, I want you to have a Merry Christmas. I want you to have a happy holiday. Enjoy Hanukkah. Kwanzaa is not real. Enjoy the holidays. Enjoy the people around you. And have a great time. And remember that I love you and I thank you, each and every one, for being with us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to watch our videos throughout the week. I thank John Rastusha for doing the shorts that he does, and I hope you enjoy them as much as I do. And we're going to be doing so much more as we go forward in the year. Well, with that being said, I thank you, and I hope you have a great day.